Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. The Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Poupet spreads it on steep. Emo's clutch strokes like magic in the air. The press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as they guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Woo!
Woot.
Every Thursday. Oh, so good.
Pretty catchy.
It really is.
It's what the kids call a bop.
A bop.
Well, it's the best bop the robots could do.
I think George likes it. Yeah. So wow, right?
Yeah.
That is courtesy of Grey Poupet. He put that together, and that song is lovely. I love it. It's so good. Do you want to see it again? I really like it. Okay. Well, we'll relax. We're all relaxed. We are waiting on a Hydra. I don't know if he is done over on the Discord. He was supposed to come here.
He's done.
We'll see.
He's wrapped it up. He's on his way.
I wouldn't blame him for not being, to be honest.
True. I mean,
he did. He's when the missile goes into the truck.
yeah, he was there. Yeah. Bimo is also here in the paintings around. He's an artist. No, that doesn't work. Shut
And
up.
I'm the box office guy.
You're the box office guy. This is the resident film snob.
Yes. That's
Oh,
probably
how's my
accurate.
audio, by the way? I don't think I'm
good.
using the virtual cable anymore, so that's probably why it's good. Oh no, it is.
Makes sense.
It is the virtual audio cable. Interesting. Okay. Well, while we are waiting for Hydra, catch up. There we go. Why did I delete that banner? Yeah, let us do the catch up, ladies and gentlemen. If there's anything that you guys want to go over.
For me, catch up for me. I've got computer issues that I'm dealing with. In addition to still editing.
Do you guys want to watch the theme song again? Just
I
that
think
you
it's
can see it?
necessary.
I think it is necessary. Can I pay attention? Okay.
Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. The Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Poupet spreads it on steep. Emo's clutch strokes like magic in the air. The press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as they guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Sorry, I had the catch-up thing on there for most of the time, but this is scuff. You should have maybe you need to change the lyrics to "Fearless Scuff Leader" or something like that. Yeah, I love
robots
it very, very
came
much.
up with their own. You know.
I love those lyrics. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was way easier than it should have been. It's
Yikes.
kind of crazy. The robot overlords are going to take over. That was like the 21st draft or something like that, but still, it's kind of crazy.
The Thursday. I love that song. I really want that. I'm gonna have that as like my alarm on a Thursday morning. Thursday. Yeah.
I love it.
It's great. his expertise. Did you see, darling? Did you see Hydra's expertise there? And also, there is a nice thing that it says the guests bring energy to the space. I like that it included the guests.
The problem,
So it's
yeah,
like, yeah.
yeah, energy, because the one shot of me, I could not look less pleased. I look like I'm a
Do
step
I
away
have
from
to be
sleeping. I'm like,
here?
thank God I'm on camera.
I love the how does this work? How does this thing work that you talk that the AI did? Like I know the song, so the AI was doing the song, but the clip, was
so
that you?
I went to Chat GPT for some lyrics and basically just put like a few parameters, like, okay, these people need to be included. It's about this. It takes place on Thursday. Go. And then you make that generate a couple times. You probably have to do like a little bit of punch up to it. And then you just throw that in the song generator. And then you tell it what kind of song you want. So I was saying like 90s TV theme song.
Wow.
I don't know that that's what it ended up being, but it took like 20 tries and it got something kind of good, but it makes the singer just go ahead and do it. And most of them were like female singers and it was really slow. This was about the quickest and I guess the nearest to one that I was looking for. So yeah, I don't know.
So-
It kind of worked, but it's the AI overlords. It's just a matter of time. Like we're screwed.
I fully
Is this-
welcome Skynet if that's the result.
Yeah.
If it's that much of a bop,
Yeah,
then I'm
slaps.
cool. I'm happy
It
with
certainly
it.
slaps.
It's the
Indeed,
one that
indeed.
Rosales made for me was a very Disney princessy. That's what I kind of, if you're saying the female singers the way you said, Gray, I'm like, I'm thinking that it would be like, like that. That's what that one was, that he made for me. And it makes me seem very earnest and meaningful, which is, it's a bit of false advertising, but we're okay with that. It's okay. Also, so wait, and the clips, you chose the clips, right?
Yeah, I had to
Okay.
do all the visuals, so I didn't know what to do. So a lot of it was just Googling the words, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, brain damage.
I
that'll work.
love that. I love the thinkers that are going like this, like that. The graphic of hitting a head again. That's brilliant, man. That's perfect. Oh, I love it. So, guys, thank you so much, Gray. That was awesome. That was AI. No. Okay, the song was AI.
Well,
the song
the
was
song
AI.
and the lyrics. I mean, I helped it, but really, I did
you
minimal. It was
engineered
just
it,
putting
okay?
clips to it. Yeah,
I
okay.
wonder what BMO thinks.
Producer. Still
Yeah, you were
producing.
a producer.
I produced
You
it,
only-
but I didn't manufacture it.
That I think Gray said I should claim it. But what we did discuss was that we're not making anyone seem realistic.
I
yeah.
thought you meant like copyright claim. I was like, yeah, if somebody uses it, claim that shit.
No. I'm saying like we have to disclose. That's the word.
Okay.
Disclose.
I don't know if
it's
this
weird, 'cause
still
that was in a
works.
production of it, but all the visuals,
not-
nothing
yeah.
there is generated, and it's not making anyone seem like they said something they didn't.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. So we're
people
not.
think technically it's good, but I think if they really want to come after us, they could. So I don't know. It's vague
We'll
enough that
change
it
it.
hurts.
You're not misrepresenting anything real.
Yeah. Exactly.
True.
So
Like-
I'm not sure if this hack still works, but theoretically what you do is you have that video that you Kitty put that as a music video on like an alternate channel, right? And
Mhm.
then or like on how do you do it? Like a different monetized channel.
A burner
Right?
account.
Yeah, and
Charles has a monetized channel.
and then you
Bigger.
Oh, you want to?
and then you copy
put it
and
on
then
and
you
you claim it?
music claim. You do a music claim of the thing, and it actually like music claims like generate more revenue than ad claims or whatever. So you could theoretically make more money on the same video by having a music claim against your own video than just letting the ads like just generating the revenue irregularly because of the way that music makes money
crazy.
rather than
Music is
the ads.
Well, I mean, not when it comes to us. Like ours is an intro, and then
That was
you
Warner.
have Hashtag long form.
We could be stealing so much money from the thinkers. It would be great.
Oh, the tens of millions of viewers
yeah.
will
I've heard
be
that
so
this was
devastated.
a hack that you could do.
It sounds pretty awesome, and that does sound like what their rules lead to. So good times.
Yeah.
Okay,
Google does not like when you circumvent. Literally, they like circumventing. If you find a loophole, they've got a thing that says circumventing their policies. That is that they can go after you.
So I guess maybe they
from the
patched
ad
this
side.
hack.
I'm sure AdSense would have something similar. But from the ad side, I know for sure that they go, "Hey, you've been circumventing our policies, have you?" And then you'll be banned forever.
I no longer have any input on this idea.
Yeah, great. Oh,
YouTube's my
the song
daddy.
claims that thinkers think gonna flag you. Nice. I love it, doing the think. Oh my god, thank you. Okay, I can't get over it. I love it. So yeah, for the catch up, that was the biggest catch up is Gray's foray into AI music. Any other notes about it? Did it creep you out? Was you are a bit worried about it?
Sort of. Like, as a musician, it's crazy. The production just comes back in like 20 seconds. It is like insane. It really kind of scares me, but at the same time, like, it intrigues me. This is going to be such an amazing tool going forward. And yeah, this was all the free version. I didn't have to pay a thing for it.
Wow.
So yeah, check out that suno.ai. It's pretty awesome.
Greg, kind of try to read my mind if I'm saying something incorrectly, but did you have to do any like time signatures? Did you have to tell it like how many beats per minute? Or anything
Nothing.
like that?
You just tell it what kind of style, what kind of feeling you want. So you can describe it as artsy as you want, but it was all over the place. Like what it gave me. I think this was seriously like the 20 something draft of it. And then I was like, yeah, this one will work.
And you were like, this, it's about,
that's
yeah.
what I get from doing the AI art is I go through,
it's very much like that.
20 iterations for me would actually be a huge success. I usually go through dozens and dozens and dozens of iterations on a singular picture in order to get the exact thing I'm looking for.
Without attributing any of the video element, how much time all told does 20 drafts?
Not that long. Like the thing that so you get 50 credits a day, so I had to wait for it to like go past midnight to get a few more credits. But honestly, that's the thing that took the longest, was just waiting to get more free credits so that I didn't pay for it. But yeah, all in all, not bad. Like, I was watching a couple of movies overnight and just kind of made it. So I don't know, it was all in one day.
So was this you going regenerate for like a new result, or was it you feeding back to it and saying, no, do this, do that, like, you know, like make it
no,
more
literally
this,
just regenerate.
Oh, so
I kept like
rolling the dice.
I put like more up tempo and a couple other adjectives in there, like once it started giving me a direction I wasn't looking for. But other than that, it was just hitting regenerate. Like, it's super easy. It's crazy,
so if it starts to become, so do you think that you could have given it a more detailed prompt?
Oh yeah, if I knew like what style we were going for, if I knew a tempo, like all that stuff would have just made it more exact. Like, it is just crazy, you know, how fast
I know what
you
style
can
I'm
do
going to
something
try
like
with
that.
it. Does it have Muse as a style? Because Muse has a definite style that's just easy to translate to anything.
Muse, the band Muse?
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely could get somewhere in there.
I love Muse. What?
Muse, not Fuse. Muse.
I love Muse.
Yeah, and you're closer to them. You can.
I'll go tell them.
Should let them know.
I love them. Well, look who arrived. We have a Hydra.
Hello. Sorry for being late and tardy. I started playing Hollow Knight and recording it for the Thinkers Gaming channel, so hopefully there will be a couple of episodes soon, maybe. You know, maybe from a month from now, maybe 2 months from now, maybe a week from now. I don't know. I'm not promising anything.
And
knocking on wood right now.
You won't do it live there. You won't do it live there.
No, I won't do it live. But I was so utterly captivated by that amazing game that I completely forgot that Thinkers was starting, and I was late.
Okay,
I don't know why you're
guys.
here, to be honest.
Yeah.
I
Why?
was captivated, and not like I was captivated watching it. If I was playing it, I would let a day and a half fade away before I realized something was going on.
We recorded for about 4 to 6 hours of gameplay,
wow.
maybe even more. I don't know, because this is like the second episode, and initial impressions are extremely positive.
Hydra, did you know that there was an intro song?
An intro song to what?
Oh,
To us. Shall we play it again? I love it. I'm sorry.
No.
As
I'll
last
rewatch
time.
it. No. Don't torture the viewers. I'll rewatch it myself. Okay.
it's catchy. I think they'll enjoy it.
Listen, Vipo, if the chat demands it, it shall be done. But just because of me, not necessarily.
Drop a super chat for the copyright funding.
Yes, we'll need it for the upcoming lawsuits.
For the claims.
No, for the claims.
Yeah, we'll fire a counter notification and take them to court.
Let's go. Play it again. Okay, we have Calvin is a Lord of Chaos sort of thing, so I don't know if we're gonna believe what he asks for.
Do it.
We got 3, 4.
Okay,
4.
Okay, we got a few. Okay, cool.
The masses have spoken.
Okay,
that's what Augustus would say.
Hydra, this is for you. Okay.
Eyes and ears.
Thank you.
Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that dark kitty as the fearless lead. The Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Poupet spreads it on steep. In those crush jokes like magic in the air. The crest Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace. Follow the guests out to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide. The thinkers gather their wits as they guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace. Every Thursday is their special place.
It's a special place.
My fucking god, that was amazing. Jesus. All of the different the fox jumping, the sandwich backing off from the pay, you're putting the high explosive stabilized round, high explosive anti-tank stabilized round testing footage behind my super expertise.
Tank munitions.
I wouldn't even be able to tell you what he put as that.
I know exactly what that was.
You had a specific thing. So that's how well done it was. I love Foxrew's one as well. Yeah. Foxrew just jumping in.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
yours
amazing.
is also so awesome, Gray. Like yours, the sandwich going.
Is that a French's commercial, Gray?
I hope you don't get copyrighted.
I think so.
I know it's a mustard commercial from the 90s.
I mean, it's absolutely a mustard commercial. I'm just. It was pretty bright to be Grey Poop Pond.
Oh no, George! Whoa! No, that's not me. No, that's Gray. Gray did that, not me.
The robot overlords did that.
Gray told the overbot lords to create. He put the footage, which I think was also hilarious. I like there's the brain, like it's like a just every time I watch it, there's something new that I like about it. Like the guy just pointing at a brain scan, like, look, there is a brain. Indeed. So yeah, it was all Gray.
Yes, that's
when Skynet is self-aware. Gray's going to be the first to suffer because he used AI as a puppet. So
did you see? Have you seen the anime Psychopaths?
No. I've watched like the first episode, which doesn't really count.
Okay. Well, okay. Ago. So, if you don't mind spoilers, they developed this system for analyzing people's mental health at a distance, at a glance.
That sounds useful.
And yeah, and part of what it determines is your ability, not your ability, your propensity for crime, your ability to potentially do crime, right? And part of that is your ability to put your shoes in like a criminal's head and whatnot. So naturally, the first people that instantly became essentially criminalized once the system went live were the police.
Oh, because
They're-
they all want this. They all want the power.
They're trained to
all
understand
psychopaths.
criminals, or they would have a high
ability to place
correlation
themselves in the
between
shoes of
between
criminals,
themselves and criminals. It's just
That's a cool concept.
and so what you were saying there reminded me of that concept. So when AI finally starts evaluating us, it's going to have some things to say about the people who made it.
Well, we didn't make it. We just used it shamelessly. Ew, video games. Exactly. Okay, guys, we have Hydra here, so we shall get into the video game stuff.
Video game waifu Taranko. Okay, bit of leading up. People who, for some reason...
look who's here.
Oh my god, the man of art.
Ahoy.
Come hell or high water, I have arrived.
He's sick and he's in a truck.
I am, yes, still sick, and yes, I am in a truck because I cannot get out of work 2 days in a row.
Yeah, the NyQuil's kicking in.
I haven't even had it yet. I'm just trying to get my words out.
If you still got body aches, oof, no.
I do still have body aches, yeah.
I get man flu. I'm sorry. I take it very seriously. I'm like, I'm gonna let you know how unhappy I am. I'm gonna make all the sick noises and yeah.
Make all the sick noises.
Yeah. We just started with this.
Yes.
Speaking of video games and waifus.
Okay. Now it's the fourth time, but BMO was not here for it. Are we gonna
not
do
here
it?
For what?
I can do it if you want to. I can talk.
I think BMO will have to look back.
You can dance if you want to.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah. And Rosales also.
It's gonna be too much. It's gonna be too much.
We've gone like 4 times. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
We'll all just keep it to ourselves. BMO will just have to feel the FOMO. Look at it go.
I'm just left in the dark.
Yep.
I'll see.
You're gonna do this to a sick person?
Yes. It's highly controversial. I must say.
Highly
Did
controversial.
we do it to you, or is it just a fever?
I mean, he could just go back, but also he can't. He's on his phone. Okay, so
I didn't know that I was in a group like this.
Choose your associates more carefully next time.
I mean, it sounds like Cynical Finch just got here, and he hasn't seen it probably.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Finch and I are on the same,
and then see it 4 times in a row. Okay, it doesn't.
Okay, we'll go, but when we get to 45 minutes, we'll put it in again. Okay.
Okay.
You're gonna over advertise. Come on.
I think it'll be in my head, and I'll be singing it anyway. And we'll see if you can figure out what I'm singing. Okay.
If you in the chat want to see it, pay for it.
Doing it with the monetization. Okay. Let's go.
So as Nobor did, this is the part of the topic. Nobor, the part of the discussion that occurred online about the video game girls being uggos is the Ubisoft Star Wars game. That's what happened over on Twitter.
Wait, what's happening?
So
I will show you.
It's honestly pretty disturbing because once again, people who have questionable motivations are trying to put essentially I didn't come up with this expression, but I heard a wise man say it, and it's very true. They are trying to put a muzzle on artists, is essentially what's
That's a
happening.
great way of putting it, actually.
Yes, that's not. Unfortunately, I didn't come up with that expression. But what is the case is it's fascinating to me that they managed to have so much power just by internet outrage that all the way over there in the East, they managed to force the creators of Stellar Blade to apologize frivolously and explain on their knees that over there people like to look at pretty women. Like that to me is fascinating. That this is the situation where the situation has devolved. But essentially, when has there been a point in human history where a woman who was considered attractive by contemporary standards was not used to market something? Like if you think all the way back to like the fucking Stone Age Venus statues, you know, it was always the case that art used to embody the ideal, something that maybe isn't even achievable according to some, or maybe even agreed upon society that something like this can never be achieved. Even then, it is part of art to depict even the ideal of maybe a Platonian ideal, maybe another type of ideal, maybe whatever the artist desires. It is something that is going to happen
No,
and it's
Hydra,
going to
you
draw
just
people
ridiculous.
in. And hold on, memes are for later. Let me finish this thought. You can move afterwards, okay? This has been done many times before, and fascinating that these people react to it now, because whenever it was, their argument is essentially can be broken down into two parts. Number one is that the woman portrayed in Stellar Blade is impossible. That physique, no woman can ever reach it. It is physically impossible to ever reach that physique. And number two, because it is physically impossible to ever reach that physique, as it is ever reach that physical standard or that body type, therefore it is killing women. This is the two-step argument.
Therefore, it's killing women.
Yes, because you're drawing them to suicide. The argument is that you're pushing them into suicide by presenting impossible standards. Number one, the physique is not completely impossible to achieve because it was created by scanning in a real actress. It is true that the character in game is much taller and has some features that are not possible for a real human to achieve. But I ask you, when has this ever stopped anyone before? What about the guys in Gears of War all being fucking Terminators, even the scientists? Or all of these other depictions of both men and women throughout fiction, when they were given insanely exaggerated features and nobody bat an eye because it was part of an artistic depiction. And for step two, no, wait, last thought. I promise this is it. For step two, as for standards, driving people to suicide and killing them, essentially, I don't think that this will be the you can talk about how standards are this and that and driving people to suicide, and there is something behind that. But if you want to really talk about how people's minds are being fucked into what is expected of them, how they look like, how they should behave, what they should have, what they should possess, what place they require in society, I think you should take a look at social media, not what some artists decided to create on their own. Because even throughout the most powerful regimes of history, this putting muzzles on artists to achieve a greater good never worked and never succeeded and never caused anything but strife. So I would like to ask the people engaging in this to drop this ball, because throughout the history of humanity, this has never reached a positive conclusion, what they are trying to do. That's it. I'm finished. Sorry, Bimo, you can go on.
So you brought up like that the Gears of War comparison. Okay. And it's really funny because a lot of this has been brought up because of the recent games like Stellar Blade, the Fable trailer that came out. Even like before that, there was a Horizon Forbidden West where they changed the model of Aloy so that she looks different, looks more masculine.
What is that? That was.
Let me get my point out just real quick. Let me finish up just real quick. I'm almost finished. Even in the same game, like people are talking about the Star Wars game recently, Star Wars Outlaws. The male characters in that game are gorgeous. Just go look at them. And then you
No,
compare it with the
they
main
are
character, and the main character looks androgynous, and it's really strange because she's not. She's not like the real actual actress is not androgynous at all. So this is where people are saying it's intentional. And I can't help but agree or feel like that's the case.
Can I
You get what
show
I'm saying?
the... I'm going to show the references. Okay.
Please
This
do.
is what sparked it. Okay, so here is...
Yeah, there we go.
This was the first one I saw today, which made me really laugh. What happened to you, Ubisoft? Like,
this is
okay.
pretty. Yeah, it's part of this trend of the uglification of women in order to, I don't know, empower them, or according to
Yeah.
some, or to
Destroys
how dare you try
male
not to set a
gaze.
high standard. Because one part of it, yes, Dorkus, that is one of the arguments, that if it appeals to the male gaze, you know, it must be
It's
evil
bad.
and it has to be destroyed. And they never
Yeah.
consider that maybe it's not just the male, maybe the male gaze is just an offshoot, an offspring of a much larger branch that is part of a tree of the concept of people like to look at pretty things.
Sex
I
sells.
know it because I do not like to look in the mirror, because what I see is not pretty. And I can also go down to the corner to the local supermarket, and what I see there is also not pretty. But I would much rather look at someone, if I have to look at someone for hours,
I would like
that is
looking at them,
attractive, and not someone
Well-
who looks like a fucking Terminator
Well-
wearing a wig. Except
So,
if I'm playing a
there's-
Terminator game, because then I want to look at someone like that. But the problem
no,
is
it doesn't
that
make
when
it
you have
evil.
all of the men look
yeah,
fucking amazing,
Foxrew,
and the woman
Foxrew.
is like, nope.
Oh, I was just gonna say that there is because they want to remove any kind of, what is it? They want to remove attractive characters from games based off of this concept of the male gaze. Like certain people do, even if
They want to
like,
remove attractive
even if
women,
you can't,
not men.
even if you want,
Yeah.
well, yeah, they want to remove things that theoretically trigger the male gaze, because
That right there, yeah.
of how, yeah, no, how off-putting they feel, like the what do you call it? The expression, like when people, sorry, what is it? When people, like, it gives them the ick, as they might say, when they hear men
Disgusting.
talking about their sexual preferences or whatnot, or catcalling, virtually catcalling, whatever you want to call it. And so they're like, no, we don't want to feed into that whatsoever. We don't want to have anything like that.
Okay, so
But that's not everyone. One, that's not everyone, and two, it's like you want to remove, like, gosh, I don't know. It doesn't feel like that's everyone, and it doesn't feel like, I don't know. It's just it's irritating that like this one argument is getting so much breathing room, essentially. That there's no room for any other argument or any other discussion to be had on the design, or nobody else's.
So I don't want to defend it, but I mean, if you scroll up to that top one, like, yes, the one on the left is more beautiful, but there's so much more texture and more detail in the one on the right. Like, I don't know.
Well,
like,
that's
there is
part-
more
They
that
had
goes
to be.
into it.
They had to be doing it
Totally is,
intentionally to use that texture and stuff to make the teeth feel so. Ugh. And
But
you know, and that
is
sort
this a
of stuff. And
game
to
that's
make-
out yet? I'm sorry, I was in the
It's
bad.
It's
coming.
not.
No, it just.
Okay, so for relevance, can you find? I'll find it. Never mind. Sorry, I'm trying to. I have a point, but I need to get my reference point. So never mind.
Meanwhile, I'll pop in and fill the void with essentially, I distilled down to the problems. I think there are two contradictory arguments working here from the mind of the activist who wants to better the life of women and is willing to go over censoring art to do so. So their argument is essentially that Number one, women must be empowered and much superior in art than in real life, so that art inspires them to activism and self-betterment. And then contrary to this is the second argument, that women must not be superior in fiction compared to real life, or you are raising expectations and thus harming women. And these are contradictory. You can't have both of them at the same time. You need to introduce some caveats or something for this to make sense. But the issue is that you must strike a balance between complacency and utter despair, as in, I'm fine exactly the way I am, or I cannot never improve myself to this standard. And the fact that you look at art as a source of inspiration means that you will slide somewhere in between these two scales if you want to compare yourself to a depiction. Online activists involved in this discussion, however, seem to instead aim for clout and outrage, and therefore there is only negativity and hate that floats about in this conversation, rather than people actually discussing the philosophy behind it. But again, appeal sells, sex sells, characters looking pretty, people like to look at pretty things, and ideal has always been pursued by the artist. You will not be able to essentially silence this. And once again, on screen, look at the example. The guy looks just fine, but the girl has to be made ugly. Why is the double standard? Why?
Yeah, that's the thing.
The guy looks super attractive. But why do you have to make the girl? Come on.
I think that's a good idea.
I just want to, real quick, I want to address something. So, like, actually, George said something interesting in the chat. And I want to address that real quick. It was a while back, but it was, he's saying that, you know, these characters are beautiful in their own way, right? And I agree with that there's, to a degree, that these characters can be seen as attractive and beautiful depending on what you prefer. What really bothers me is that they're taking 3D scans of these characters or directly basing it off these characters, and then there's an unequal standard being used with men and women.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Where the women are being, it's like their features are purposely being messed with, and I don't like that personally.
Yeah, so
my creative mind
is this
disgusted.
Right here. This is the same game. Two different characters.
And before somebody points out that Mass Effect Andromeda was improved, and this was only patch 1.
I was about to say, that's not. Oh, that's what you meant by the same game. Never mind.
Are the same. Mass Effect Andromeda already had face issues, but with animation, not just with design. You can see again, Carcass is absolutely banger fucking thing that essentially just scanned in and touched up, and then we have this beautiful woman and have to turn her into somebody that looks like a fucking
look at that,
even a broccoli.
Like look at that piece of man.
He's a handsome man. That is a.
I mean, technically, they changed both of their hair.
Yes, as I said, they touched him up. They changed it a lot. They changed it a lot in game, but this is just a completely different person.
I will give one bit of defense here. That is not the same angle.
Okay.
Not the same angle.
An angle doesn't change that much.
That's not gonna change her eye shape.
The jaws is round here.
Hold on. The first game, the first image is from a game that's released. The second one is from a game that's still in pre-production.
Yeah, but they could technically pull a Sonic and change the entire character.
Right, and that's exactly what I was going to bring up. This is something. Hold on. This is something that was shared before the wrestling game came out. It had a bit of a stink on it. I don't know if I'm able to. Did I share it? I don't know what I'm doing.
Video.
No, it's.
Why is the teeth so bad? Exactly, Nobor. I mean, they like went and made them all individual looking. Look how they got his. Oh. No, those lips can't be real. I mean, that they have to be fake. But I mean, they look like they just literally photoshopped on the lips. Have you found your reference?
Yeah, it's. I'm presenting it. Is it where my?
I'll add. There you go. There she.
Okay, so if you look at her head,
what the fuck?
It's awful.
I mean, it's not far off.
Oh my god, is your hair like that?
No, so
she looks
there's
great.
that. There's that.
Okay.
She looks like a creative character.
Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, here is what's actually in the game after what's available now. So she's grown hair, apparently.
A little bit here. Yeah.
I can't really see because of the
You
angle.
had a glow up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
glow up.
Bit
It looks
better.
like she started taking Keeps stuff and like she got rid of her hair. Like she's
So, hey, listen, it keeps. You should sponsor us. We could have totally fitted the advertisement in right here. It would have fit perfectly. Like,
So I guess my point is, was it you that said at Hydra that they could pull a Sonic? I mean,
yeah.
it's still in the stage where they can fix it. So
they can, but they have to show a
She
willingness
still
to do it.
looks.
Like
I think enough
Again,
people make a stink.
not.
But you
maybe-
see, the stink has been met with you guys. WWE's kind of Mexican granny. But the stink has been met. Sorry, Hydra. Am I correct in saying, guys, that the stink has been met with opposition or like a defense instead
Not just
of
opposition.
yeah, we're gonna change it. It's actually like yeah,
The
you tell
Sit down and shut up.
war. The declaration of war was the thing that we can see the it wasn't even just a stink. It was essentially a why do this, and it was met with the intent not to engage in conversation, to improve the art, or to present any argument. It was met with the intent to utterly destroy anyone who disagrees personally.
There's a very
to ruin
common,
their life. That's what was decided instead of having a discussion.
I
It's a very
apologize,
common thing. Go ahead.
Hydra. I had to leave when you were talking about Eastern culture and the male gaze.
No, not particularly Eastern culture. It's just that I don't think it's even a cultural thing because it's local what one perceives attractive depending on different areas of the world. It's that it was made into an Eastern culture thing when it shouldn't have been one to begin with. All cultures, arts pursue the ideal and they should be allowed to do so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry, I went on a rant here. My apologies.
No, I want to, because I wanted to hear what you had to say, and where I thought it was going, I had a comparison, but I was wrong. I'm glad
thing that I said, I believe when I mentioned the word East, it was also when I talked about how I found it interesting just how far-reaching these Twitter activists had, because they managed to make the devs of the game apologize on their knees for wanting to have an attractive woman in their game as a protagonist.
They defended it. I don't know that they apologized. Did they?
They defended it online.
They did both.
They had both stances, kind of investing in diversifying their cards, taking both stances just in case. I personally wouldn't have dignified these with a response or stooped down their level, but
it was all in the same interview, Andrew.
Okay.
It should be easy to find.
The comparison I'm going to make is awful.
That's what you're here for. Do it.
Yeah.
We all make awful comparisons.
So the general Western reaction to cuties is that of disgust.
Hopefully.
No.
Not general, but I don't like to generalize an entire culture whenever possible. I don't think it's a general reaction in West or East, just like how I tried not to say the East wants to depict women this way, but someone in the East did this.
I'll speak on behalf of America then. America is pretty disgusted at a film like Cuties.
True and based.
Well, the issue is
maybe the execution seems off.
Yes, that's it.
They all should have been executed. Sorry.
So the intent, if you watch French movies, like a lot of them have struggle snuggle as an extreme commentary on culture. That
struggle snuggle.
The intent was to get people to look at themselves, and they went 2-3 steps too far, but the commentary was on like beauty pageants and why are children in beauty pageants and why do we have this bizarre
I hear what you're
Fantasization.
saying.
Listen, I
hear
didn't
what
make the movie. I'm just trying to find
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
hear what you're saying. What is it? But you don't want. I think that it's really easy to just make the claim that like, oh, I'm going to make you feel uncomfortable, and that is like significant commentary. I don't. I think that what is it? Getting people uncomfortable can isn't bad, and can lead to good commentary, but I don't think that like if what is it? If you don't need to like in this case sexualize children in
Mhm.
order to get people to realize that sexualizing children is bad.
Yeah, I don't think that we need that. That's
Well,
fine.
right,
Yeah.
and that's why I'm saying they went past the mark. In France, it's not that too risque a film as far as that culture is concerned, but it was misreceived. I feel like they went 2 steps too far, or maybe 3 or 7 or 15. But in America, where where we still have child beauty pageants, that because of the extreme nature.
Hmm.
I'm not what.
No, you're saying there's hypocrisy, but because
Yeah, the
people that
movie
were
was trying to say,
outraged at
why are-
cuties
right?
were not outraged at, say, toddlers and tiaras.
And that's what that movie was trying to say. Why are we sexualizing children at all? And
In any
right,
context,
and again, they went a little too edgelord about it.
I hear what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Like
I hear what you're
Foxrew
saying.
said.
I think that
I'm not defending the movie. I'm just saying I understand what they were trying to do. They just went too far. And
I
who's
don't
America
think
to
that they
say?
succeeded. I don't think that they even succeeded. Like, I'm not even going too far. I don't even think that they did anywhere near a good job with their message. I think that the film botches what they say that their message is.
They do show parents acting disgusted. So like a lot of the like
But
my patrons torture me. So I've watched a lot of these extremist movies. If you can portray the rest of society and how they react to these edgy things, that's supposed to be the avatar for the audience, and they do show that. I'm with you. They missed the mark, but there is plausible deniability, I guess, is what I could say.
now this is only, I mean, I would want to look it up because this is just something I've heard. But one of the things that like makes me doubt a lot of this is that or not, like I don't give it a lot of breathing room because it is just a rumor that I've heard. But that the outtakes of the film, or no, the auditions for the film made more than the film itself.
Made more money, or
Yeah.
how would they sell that?
If I may interject, bringing this back to video games.
So, well, yeah. So what I was trying to say is, if these things originated in Japan or somewhere else, it seems like America gets their panties in a twist about things that maybe they don't completely understand.
Sure. Yeah. No, I would say that
I actually agree with that take right there.
I 100% agree with that. The
I think humans do that, not
America
Americans.
imposes a lot of its own values on
Yes.
Japan, both
Yes.
positive and negative.
Yes.
Mhm.
And nuclear weapons. That was bad.
Lots
Too
of
soon.
nuclear
Too
weapons.
soon.
I would also
Alright.
like to interject into this conversation the contempt that I have observed when there's this pattern, this repetition of new game is announced, show pictures, women are ugly, gamers complain, and then I see a lot of contempt from the developers and the HR types and the Sarkeesian types for the gamers and for the audience, which suggests to me that which I would imagine entrenches them further into their worldview and positions and wanting to make even uglier characters next time type of a thing. And you just
It's
sort
just
of
stick
get
to
this,
the white males, right?
yeah,
Or
and
the
this
isms.
contempt that I am perceiving, I don't know when it became okay to openly shit on fans and stuff, but I don't think I don't think it's wise. I don't think it's a healthy environment, and I want to get out of that if we can.
There's a very popular saying that keeps going around Twitter and all the things, and I started noticing this when I used to play a video game called Skullgirls. All right, it's a fighting game, and there's one thing that Skullgirls was known for. It was known for having extreme sexual themes as a fighting game. Okay, it was a Kickstarter game. It was backed up that way. That was the intent of the developers and everything. Until eventually it was bought by another company and they removed all sexual themes from the game.
And it's totally on purpose. There's no doubt in my mind.
But there's a point I'm trying to make here. The most common thing I would always hear is, I don't play games to jerk off, or I don't need to have jack off material in my games. And that's what it gets boiled down to. And this is what I'm even seeing with the Star Wars game, where it's this character does not look like the actual actress. So the response is, oh, well, I don't need them to be sexually attractive because I'm not going to try and masturbate to it.
Which is just that wow. Okay, so you only ever need someone to be or want. Only ever want someone to be sexually attractive because you need to jerk off to them. That's the standard that's being used.
Charles, I really
that's a very common
really
thing I
need
keep
you
seeing.
To be. Sorry, continue.
What do you need Charles to do?
Oh no.
Oh, I was just saying I really need Charles to be sexually attractive for us.
I can't do that.
Charles, keep the hat on, all right?
It's not there to be easy on the eyes for you.
You're right.
I'm not here for your boner, Dorkus.
I'm really sorry. I will seppuku.
There's a simple rule on the internet, says Noble.
Well, so what was it? The Dead or Alive beach game where the jiggle physics were just next level.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Scientific advancements.
I think
I wish real boobs moved that way, but they don't. Sorry.
Yeah, unless
you're not trying hard enough. No, I'm kidding.
We try. Come on, even the big ones don't do that, man.
Well, maybe when you're 19, maybe.
Then we should change reality.
Not even.
So that they do.
No, the way that they move, that's not how. They aren't water. They aren't air.
They're not water balloons.
They're flesh.
So something like that. It's very clear.
No, stop. Listen, you're ruining some people's perception of reality. Okay, you should be more inclusive and wholesome. Okay.
Yes, the jiggle physics is real. I've seen my friends. They just took off their tops in front of me and they did a little thing, and I know it's real.
I feel so bad for somebody that thinks the jiggle physics are real, and then like, what is this?
What is this?
It has confirmed.
Yeah. This is overrated. I'm gonna go home. I think there's different subcategories for everything. Like that's a volleyball game for Pete's sake. It's very clear. It's very tongue in cheek. It's very RoboCop, Starship Troopers about what it really is.
Oh yeah.
But Star Wars, it can, and it's a AAA game, or somebody was saying it's the first quad A game. they're trying
Yes,
to get
what
as
is
much an
that?
audience as possible.
I hear what you're saying, and the what do you call it? And what you could be saying about like the pre-production versus what actually comes out could be very different.
Mhm.
And I feel like that's the best defense that this game possibly has at this moment. But if it comes out and she's still, what is it? There's no version of attractiveness, right? I mean, even androgyny. Why can't I say
Androgyny.
that word? If it's not even that kind of beauty, because then I feel like it will have been intentional.
Well, it's pretty obvious to see they're trying to remove gender norms. That's a very popular thing to try and do right now. It's very much in the fad.
It's
So
very
it's
Gen Z.
very
Very
easy.
Gen
It's
Z.
a very reasonable take to think that they're trying to move that direction.
But
Well,
did
I
anybody
remember-
Why
about-
move in that direction? Why not let the artists move in what they direction?
I remember.
What if the artists want to do it?
Well, isn't that
We went over the
what they're
AP
doing?
I'd be
style.
fine if the artists by themselves chose to make
Yeah.
the women in their game
I rem-
ugly for whatever narrative or story they wanted to tell. But to force it onto anyone else who has a different story to tell and doesn't want to make their woman look ugly is the problem. If they just had, listen, the characters in Star Wars game is going to be ugly, and there's going to be a storyline about it. It's completely fine. Or maybe even in a bunch of games. But the moment they go after other artists for choosing to do their own thing without impacting anyone else, that's fucking a problem.
But
Okay?
if
I
you're
remember.
if you're an
Sorry.
artist and you're trying to express your artistic voice, working on a Star Wars game is probably not what you're like. That is a factory. Like you're not going to get your voice.
That's
Yeah.
another matter that
Well said.
that IP is so fucking huge, and all of the companies associated with it so massive. If you're ever gonna work on anything Star Wars related, you're gonna be a tiny cog, and the
Right.
amount you will be possibly adding to that project is so insanely tiny that you might as well just throw yourself into the bottomless sea, and you'll never be
Right.
found.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry. Also,
No,
one more thought, if I may. I believe I had a couple of interesting logical statements again to share like before. So
Well,
that
Andrew was saying something, and then we
Okay.
trampled all
Andrew.
over him.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
was just gonna say is that I remember way back in high school, they went over the AP style guide with us, and it even back then it was recommending that anytime you have whatever your instinct is for the gender of a person unknown, to flip it. If you normally write that it is, if there's an unknown person that you're writing
you
about,
were in
like
school.
a theoretical person, and you normally would write like him or he or whatever, they said to flip the gender to she or her.
So
That they were recommending that you flip the
So
gender.
this is the outcome of that. They
why
started
though?
there and they were like, because we
It
have
was
to
for
increase representation.
it was said to fight gender norms.
There's a problem here, though. I'm sorry.
What's
Keep
there?
going.
No, I'm sorry. To maintain the I don't know, the devil's advocate here. Were people making a stink about the Trevor character when GTA 5 came out? Because that actor is a lot better looking than that Trevor character.
But there was a point to Trevor looking bad. No?
Perhaps there's a
Why?
point to this
What does-
character looking that way.
Yes, but this
I
is not
hear you.
this is not a
But
case
there
to
are better
avoid.
memes, okay?
I-
This is
I have to
possible.
respond to that. Charles, I hear you 100% on that. All things being equal, that is how I would view it.
Yeah.
But we've been
Change.
going on like 10 plus years now of the of lost good faith and
So-
Well, not only
feeling-
just lost good faith, but that listening to what they actually say, listening
Turn
to
your
the
Yeah, the
back on
reasons they
them
feeling of-
give.
financially then.
Agree.
Say that again.
It's a business. Turn your back
Yeah.
on them
A lot of
financially.
Vote
people
with
are
their-
doing. They are. This is the vibe we have. So to return to the game Star Wars game discussion, this is exactly what's happening. People are turning their back on it financially.
Listen, I can't masturbate to Trevor, and that's a problem.
Why not? You bigot.
No, okay, so here's the thing is what works better. Think less about what games you don't want to support. I mean, think about that as well, but think less about that and think more about the games that you do want to support.
Hollow
About
Knight.
positive.
Yes.
Right. Exactly. Buy the games that you want to see more of. Buy the other products that that company is making, so that you can, like, if there's DLC or if there's merch that you would actually enjoy, don't just buy random merch, but like a mug, a shirt, or whatever of that supports the developers of the IP. Find ways to actively support the things that you like, rather than rely on a negative incentive like a boycott.
I just feel
because getting money speaks louder than
yes,
a flop.
So I guess what I'm trying to get across is a Star Wars game. They're trying to get people like me and Gen Z kids to play. You guys are all purists. What your opinion is probably not what they're shooting for. So, like, if we were talking about something that Hydra was playing before, it would be different, because that's more of a niche game. Is that fair to make that comparison?
What?
I don't think it's more niche, because this game
popular?
is a part of a leading series for them. Like, this is their flagship series right now for video games.
Right. So it's more for casual audience than it is for diehards. Yes? No?
Yeah.
I think I'd say so. Yeah.
Wouldn't a AAA? Yeah, I suppose AAAs are for.
Yeah, it's AAA.
Normies.
AAAs are always to pursue profit and particularly refine one area at industrial capacity, whereas smaller projects can actually do a lot of very flexible artsy stuff.
And that's where I feel like if how to suck eggs.
I love that Charles does read the chats that I bring up, because a lot of the time I'm asking him about bringing them.
Why are we teaching gamers how to suck eggs? What? I only just saw the tail end of that.
Yeah, I'm not understanding.
Perhaps a rephrasal is in order.
Telling youngsters what to do with their money, or gamers? No, I feel like
telling them to just go. Or I don't understand. Yeah, rephrase, Sokov.
Yeah, well, I feel like it seems like indie developers are where it's at, right? Like they're trying to win as many people
having
as possible.
a huge return from what we've seen before. They are going up. Definitely, they are having a really great time, especially compared to previous decades, for example.
What is that? Gamers, what is it? People want to see change, just in general, right? They want to see more of the things that they like. I'm just giving advice on how to get the things that you like more. If you don't want, like, this is advice in the sense, this isn't a mandate. This is advice.
Mandate? That's some pretty gendered language you've got going on.
Okay.
Very well done.
So,
on that,
like, you touched on some.
On that
this
note,
actually,
we have something for BMO. This is actually for you, BMO. Collect your thoughts. Try to collect them, okay?
I will try to collect my thoughts.
I tried to plug it earlier.
Oh, fuck, Windows. Okay,
here we go.
Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. That Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Poupet spreads it on ski. Emo's crush goes like magic in the air. The press high Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
That was fantastic.
Yes! You
I
better
have one
say so.
objection. I do not ever want to be compared to one of the greatest artists in the internet.
Come on.
I
Can't
think
do it.
the AI overlords decided that. That was AI generated.
Yeah, totally.
They decided the footage as well.
No,
Yeah.
they didn't. That was great.
Oh, that was Gray? Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
The AI decided the footage too. That would be amazing.
It was all AI.
Good job.
Yes.
That was really good.
Awesome. Hey, listen, I'm a white cat, and I'm okay with that.
It's racist.
Usually,
there was one.
I try to make
let's
myself a black cat.
Oh,
I am going to have to go soon. I want to gather my thoughts
so
here
glad
because I
we
can't.
got to
I
see it.
sadly can't stay for the other part of this subject, which is like why there's so much disdain for gamers within the gaming industry. But like there's something earlier that Andrew pointed to where he was talking about his AP style guide class. I assume it's like a writing class.
Well, no, it was part of. It was either part of. It was either English or a drama.
Okay, drama makes sense. Because there's one thing that I think it's just maybe I'm just like I'm not an old person, but I have a lot of old values, all right, and maybe this is what's coming out of me and with my moral intuitions. But when people assume that men and women think and act the same, I get bothered because I do not think that they do. And I think that this is the difference that's happening in the industry, in all industries, including media especially, where the androgyny, where men and women are interchangeable in terms of their thoughts and how they act. I just don't vibe with it. And that's not like a comment on trans people. Trans people are very much a different subject and a different conversation. If I'm talking generally, I don't think men and women act the same, and I don't think we should act like they act the same. Does that make sense?
Yes, but kids today are very non-binary.
Oh,
you're right.
That
I definitely have my opinions on that.
I don't even know what that means anymore.
It's just, you can't tell if it's a guy or a girl. They have a very
so what
blur. I'm just telling you what the target audience for these people are.
So that
I get you. I understand.
Yeah,
I think that there's.
Yeah, I'm not.
I've just dealt with this with movies for the last 4 or 5 years. I get it. Sex used to sell, but they're shifting.
I think it's less about like the young people and more about what the older people think the young people like.
Yes.
I actually,
yeah.
A side note, I am actually worried about that a little bit because I think that actually does speak to the declining birth rates.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm not here to to die on any sword or anything, but I get it from, sex used to sell. It used to, I wrote a script about how, we had restaurants for hell's sake. But
we still?
It's shit. We do, but they're far fewer.
Oh yeah.
I do like when you have things like Kristen Stewart with whatever that look is, which looks like a lot of content creators on YouTube, men or women. There's very clearly a thing going on with kids today. Ugh, I hate
very
saying
clearly
that.
there's a change in the culture, and there's a change in values too. This is why I said I feel like I have old person values, because like this is where it's like I don't vibe with it. And I think that this is a big push in the games industry, especially where that's trying to. That's a very interesting point, darling. But they can talk about that after I leave. It's the whole thing of trying to, even the playing field with how the looks are. It's trying to get rid of masculine and feminine. That's what's kind of bothering me here, because I think that the spectrum between being a masculine female and a feminine male is still a very doable thing. They've always existed. Trying to remove those things is what bothers me, and that's what it feels like is happening, especially in the games industry right now.
Yeah. So from big corporations' perspective, if people are making a stink about somebody's looks in an image from a game, they're gonna throw up that same attack. That, oh, this is about sexuality. It has nothing to do with.
It's because you want to get off to it, right?
Right. So,
it's
like,
nice to look at.
I think if it were the game were out and there were complaints, they wouldn't have that leg to stand on. But because there's all this reaction to a freeze frame, yeah, it doesn't look too good. I'm not saying that I agree with any of it. Trust me, I don't. I realize I don't know why I've taken this position, but Sydney. Yes, I understand what the chat is saying. Yes, sex. Listen, I love tits as much as from their perspective. That's what they're trying to get with the wider audience, and the wider audience, 17 to 24, is about chicks that look like Kristen Stewart and dudes who look like Kristen Stewart.
Way back in the day, Kristen Stewart didn't look like a dude, though. She now does. Like, it's one of those weird things.
Teenager money now. I don't know.
It is definitely a change in the culture. I'm agreeing with that completely.
Right.
And that
I don't like it.
Shifts do happen in culture. I just don't like the control of it, that it's injected instead of naturally occurring.
A good example or not example. How I don't necessarily want to change the proportions or what's normal, what's not, other than to say that I feel like what should be normal is that we should have enough tolerance for, if somebody wants to make a game with an ugly person, then we should be able to have, that should be allowed to exist.
Yeah.
And
it is
people
allowed to
should,
exist.
in the same way that people should be allowed to make a game with hot women, and then just let the market
hot women, not hot
decide
women. Hot women.
Let the market decide what is popular and let trends form or whatnot and stuff. But we don't need to demonize one over the other. But it definitely feels like, there are groups that definitely want to demonize positions, that you're not allowed to have them. But not just one group always doing it to another group, but there are definitely people left, right, and center that will demonize individual specific positions.
Well, the pendulum's going to swing in the other direction eventually, and then it's going to be an overcorrection on the other side. Sorry.
Consider these two things, though. One is existing IPs and uglifying existing characters. Are you not, in fact, turning off the existing fan base?
Well,
and are you not risking turning off more people than you could be gaining by trying to appeal to a newer crowd?
It depends,
and then consider the backlash that new IPs get, like Stellar Blade, when at least I think Stellar Blade's a new IP. I haven't heard of it before recently. Where they do introduce hypersexualized female characters, and suddenly it gets a backlash because she is too that. So I do think that there is a definite ire from Karens.
Americans overreacting.
So consider those two the things.
It's developed in Korea. Again, different culture. Americans are
Mhm.
overreacting to it.
But the thing is, these are Americans that are also supporting OnlyFans. So it's like, what are you
Well,
on about?
you know what's interesting?
the
You brought
hypocrisy
up
of it.
you brought up cuties. It was what is it? It was IGN France that said that was being extremely anti this game.
Said that the developers of Stellar Blade had never seen a woman before.
Oh, so France was getting all uppity
Yeah.
about it.
Well, they're not
Yeah.
children, so why
France,
would they?
IGN France.
Why would
This
they be
ties
turned
into
Yeah.
the
on?
point that I wanted to
Yeah,
say.
but France is supposed to be sex positive.
No.
No,
It's
they're
not
they're
France,
snuggle
it's
positive.
the
if anything.
IGN branch of it's. The problem is this ties into what I wanted to say, and I didn't want to go on another rant, but it seems like I might have to. It's that these are the people at IGN again, game journal activists who are having this opinion. This is not some French thing. Keep in mind, I'm not a big France defender. I'm still salty about them surrendering in World War II. Kind of everyone still makes fun of them. I want to do that. I want to keep up the goods. I'm so sorry that I have to defend France. I have to apologize in advance. But they are not at fault for this. As much as I would love to attribute it to them.
They issued an apology too for that.
Fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Okay. A couple of thoughts on this, if you will, on specifically the game journalists, because at least to me, it seems like gaming journalists and some related positions are fulfilled by people who hate gamers and games with a fiery passion and use vile demeanor, really. And it could be because of a couple of reasons. I think I see one of them. People aspire for high positions, and if they cannot achieve it, they sometimes choose to settle for something that they perceive as lesser, but a place where they can engage in the same behavior or work towards the same dream. An example, over here, it's common to have someone who aspires to be a doctor, at least here in Eastern Europe, and they cannot make it, so they will choose to become a biology teacher instead. I see echoes of this where people want to become political activists and journalists, but they didn't make it, so they will join IGN and write about the age of Trump and BLM in their Doom Eternal review. The obvious problem is, of course, is that the desired skills and the expected behavior are not even fucking close. A biology teacher needs to be able to teach and handle kids, not just know much about human anatomy. And a gaming journalist and community manager needs to know a lot about games and must be a dedicated gamer. And cannot just be enough that, oh, I care about social stuff, and then like I'm a big social person and pushing my own agenda. That is the issue, because this perceived downgrade in different positions where we'll settle for less and just engage in the same behavior corrupts a lot of things, especially in the education system, because now people learn from others who failed to make it to a certain position, and these people are expected to give wings to others who should not fail, like those in their place. But in the gaming journalism, it manifests differently, as in politics seeping in to a space where it only belongs if the very specific art or art form discussed chooses to become political. So that's essentially
and
my
they're
2
part of
cents.
what makes it political. So that actually goes into the next bit of the topic, which is game community managers, which like that is part of it. Like you would expect a community manager for a game or a gaming company. They love gamers. That's your if you were briefing somebody who is a community manager, you would or looking for someone to hire someone, they must be interested in games. They must be they must know how to understand
not
what
necessarily.
gamers say.
We are talking about the idea, not a necessity.
No. I would think that a community manager, I mean, they can not be a gamer actually at all, and they could be completely unfamiliar with how to play the game, right? But they can be, very good at understanding people and the policy set by people maybe even that know better than them on how to handle situations. All they have to really be is like, I guess, really good at customer
Communicating.
service.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
customer service and stuff.
Yeah.
Community managers. And so they don't necessarily need to be gamers or to be well versed in even the game that they are in, quote unquote, in charge of. The big schism that happens actually is whether or not it is appropriate for community managers to also be activists.
Why?
Because I don't think it's appropriate, but if you are a leftist, then it is never not appropriate
to be
an activist. You always have to be an activist.
Part of this is why they even get the job. They specifically try to get into these jobs because they're good at this.
I respectfully wanted to disagree earlier. I do believe that a community manager ought to not just be good at managing the community, but must also be in touch with the community by experiencing the same product, IP, universe, whatever they are. I would hold that as a necessity. I would hold that as a necessity, not the best. I think that community managers who don't do that are below standard. They might be effective in managing the community, but ultimately they are still not as in touch as they should be as a manager. I think we should strive for a higher standard. I do agree that the more important part is managing the community, but I do believe that you have an obligation to at least share some portion of the experiences. Otherwise, it gets into kind of shady territory, in my opinion, about like, do you actually have a required perspective that some people have of, of what can, I think it can also help you manage it, but also something that should help position you as someone worthy of managing this community, someone who knows what's going on, not just being an expert.
I think it would help with authenticity. So
yes,
even though
that's the word I was searching for. Thank you.
And you have to, when you're a community manager, you do have to speak in the brand's voice. There are big companies that have, you'll see like they've got little, you put your little initials at the end of your reply when you're a support person to just say, look, they're the person that took that ticket. That's what you put in there. But you are always representing the brand, so that it is important to, it would help with making it feel like this person belongs here. They're not just a tech support guy. Or
it's not an underpaid intern or someone disinterested or someone who doesn't know what's going on. It's someone who shares the same experiences as you to some extent. Like if I report an issue with a game I'm playing that or a perceived problem, I would feel much better if it went to someone who has actually played the same game rather than someone who is just, I'm going to organize all of the incoming things and then reply according to official company policy. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but it could be much better. And I think
that's what I'm saying. It depends on what you're managing. If you are doing a brand that's just the audience is not terminally online people, then that's not really important. But gaming itself and tech and things like that, there's certain ways of speaking that you would need to, I would say it would be much more, very important to keep, to emphasize when hiring a community manager, especially for a big company. You need to keep that brand. It needs to be really expertly done. The brand consistency, the brand voice, that has to happen really well. So I agree with you there. But on the other hand, as Foxrew said, you can have community managers that are they're not going to be passionate about insurance. Okay, they're just going to give you what they're supposed to do. They're doing their job. But when it comes to gaming, gaming is a luxury as well. So it's a hobby. It's a very passionate area. It's a different kind of tone. So
I think that is the key. A passionate hobby is when the standard should be raised for community managers as opposed to like a car dealership or something.
We have to say goodbye to Emo.
Yes,
Bima,
yes.
Final thoughts before we kick
Final thoughts? Okay, so number one thought is try to respect your fan base. If you have disdain for your fan base, maybe you're doing something wrong or you shouldn't be involved. That's my main thought. Goes for movies, this goes for books, this goes for media. This has been shown up in almost every creative medium right now. It's the disdain for the people that have been consuming your product for a long time. And I don't understand it. If you want to keep people, if you want to draw in more people, make something interesting, not something hateful towards your older fans.
Mhm.
Like that's my main points right there.
Yeah.
You guys should probably talk about Helldivers 2 and how that went and how that's going with the community managers. I'm sure some people are aware of that. If not, it's very much worth looking up. Other than that, you guys have a great rest of your stream. You guys have a great rest of your day and night or whatever. And you'll be seeing me on the gaming channel more often because it sounds like I'm being dragged into a bunch of different things.
Yes, BMO and I are planning to do a co-op Baldur's Gate 3 run on the Thinkers Gaming channel. Tune in.
Subscribe.
Yes.
Feel better,
So
feel better, Demo.
look forward to that.
Feel
Demo.
better.
I'm being demoted.
Demoted. I knew it. Look at it. Okay. Feel better. See you later.
All right.
Guys, if
You guys have a good one. Bye-bye.
Let me get the link.
See you soon.
Look up Thinkers Gaming channel right now. Come on. I could just oh, come on. Sorry
Spent
guys,
like
I'm
an
getting the
hour and
channel.
a half yesterday working on the next D&D session.
Yee.
A dedicated DM. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the channel, Thinkers Gaming. Go and subscribe if you haven't already. We're on 21 subscribers, boys and girls. Let's go. Cool. So continuing, just finishing off a little bit more with we can spend a few more minutes on the community managers. So the reason that this was part of the conversation was that the backlash for the video game waifu discussion was not, as Charles spoke about, oh, are they going to do a Sonic with it? It's actually people being against it. It's not supporting it. If there is anything else that anyone wants to add to it, we will go on to more serious things.
All right. Final closing thoughts is that yes, it really seems like these people should not be in this position because they clearly hate their job, they hate what they do, and hate what who they interact with, as they spend a lot of their time on hating and doing negative things and trying to bring others down and destroy other people's things. I think that is really unhealthy for you, both on the receiving and the giving end of being on such a position or such a life when that's constantly what's going on. That's really not great. And I think it would be better if these people found a different occupation where they would be happier.
We just want happiness. Charles.
More happiness is usually preferable, yes. Although it depends on the price.
What makes it different is the thinkers are the ones that are gaming. Thinkers and people in the thinkers group gaming with us.
Yes.
So that's that. Speaking of interactions online, I came across something, Netflix's 4chan documentary called the Anti-Social Network. Have you guys seen it? I know Dorkus has seen at least 50 minutes of it, probably more than I've seen.
I think I'm going to be the villain this week.
Have you not seen it?
I've seen it twice.
You've seen it twice. Okay. So both Dorkus and Foxrew are on mute. I don't know if Gray got a chance to watch it.
I didn't love it.
Sorry for talking right over him. Dorkus, you were saying something. Please go.
No, I just said I didn't love it. My apologies, Gray.
I was going to say I'm going to ask. I just got a phone call, so I'm sorry. I was away for like 2 minutes. But
how dare you answer the phone, sir?
I know. What a jerk. Yes, I assume you're talking about the Antisocial Network right now. Yeah, I just happened to watch that last night. I have thoughts. I thought it was really put together well. I liked their presentation of everything. I feel like they connected a few dots that I don't necessarily think should be connected, but I think they do have a point that like 2chan led to 4chan, led to 8chan, which led to Anonymous, which led to Q. I think that all makes sense, but then they're saying that like, you know, Anonymous led to Gamergate and Q led to January 6th. I don't know. Like, I'm not 100% certain that all of these
Anonymous led to
people, and
Gamergate.
it's not just like, you know, the same type of phenomenon, but I don't think it's the same people. But I thought the presentation was interesting and really kept my attention. Yeah, I know I was yelling at the screen a few times. So yeah, I think it was effective.
I didn't yell. I was more like, ugh, a lot of the time. Like, okay, relax. Okay, you're taking yourself very seriously. Yeah. Okay.
Don't you understand? They have investigated the reasons behind everything bad that has happened recently. It all connects into one big thing that conveniently happens to be at the center of their ideology. Okay, it's all because of one reason and one certain.
I want Charles to argue with us.
What is the reason?
Charles, I do have one question. As a comedian, does the fact that they say jokes become conspiracy theories, does that mean anything to you? Does that quote resonate in a weird way with you?
I've said this before where some like if I told a joke, I mean, you linked my initials, and listen, there's no hard feelings. I understand where you came from. You linked my initials with a joke I had about a punchline was, you know, the punchline to a joke that I don't get. I'm not very good with women. The punchline was, one of the excuses I hear is I'm only 11. There's nothing behind that. But when you take my initials and link it with that, I understand how somebody could think that. It's my job to explain, you know, if somebody can perceive something that I've put out into the world as dangerous, you got to squash it.
Yeah,
you disagree. Run amok.
Kind of. It leads me down like a couple weird like thought patterns. Like, you know, like would you then have to like take away anything that could possibly be misinterpreted or somebody could get the wrong message from? Like, you know, hell, I think now I'm forgetting exactly who he thought. Damn it. The dude who shot Lennon, he had thoughts that he thought he was getting messages from. Now I can't even remember, but I guess you could go with like Berkowitz, the Son of Sam thing. He thought he was getting messages from the neighbor's dog.
Yeah,
so
the first job. That's what came to mind.
That's extreme.
It is, but I mean, it's like, how do you nerf the world from somebody getting wrong message out of something?
Yeah, you know, I trust me, as somebody who puts content or you know, satire out in the world, if it's misconstrued, it's frustrating. But we're only as good as what our slowest person. What's that phrase?
Yeah.
What's the cliche that I'm just totally punting?
We're only as strong as our weakest link.
That's it. Something like that.
Works.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Like it sucks. Like I'd have to think that like you can't make your joke to the lowest common denominator. Like somebody could take the wrong message from this. I think instead, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm romanticizing comedy.
I don't think there's a right. I don't think there's a right answer to it. Because let's say I did that. Oh, so somebody we kind of share a common respect for, Louis C.K. had a lot of edgy jokes, and then when you found out about who he really was, the jokes have a different.
They hit differently.
Feeling, yes. And it's like, oh, that's
it's a weird case. Like, don't get me wrong, like it's weird there is a power dynamic thing, but he like at least asked the person permission. It wasn't like there's a couple of other cases that I think are way more extreme. Like
true.
Cosby, his jokes hit way different now.
Chris D'Elia,
like the Spanish Fly one.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an episode? I just heard this. I don't know what I was listening to, but there was some podcast. And they were talking about, I think it was on Rosales' stream, where they said that there was an episode of the Cosby Show or whatever, where there was actually, he was putting like something in the drinks to make everybody sleepy after dinner or something.
It was on
that
Larry.
That hits different.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. And he's got bits that talk about, like essentially giving people or dosing people to make them more amorous, and a couple other. It's like, yeah, that completely comes off in a different way now. Where, I mean, granted, yeah, Louis CK was talking about like jerking off and stuff, but I don't know. Like, for some reason, I still kind of think he's that same guy that he is in the act. Where I don't know. I think, Charles, you were mentioning Chris D'Elia. It's like, yeah, that dude is. I can't look at that dude the same way.
Right. And why? I mean, his humor was a little edgy.
Yeah, but like the fact that he was like,
he didn't ask permission.
Underage girls,
Is that really the difference?
Write his initials in their photos so that he could see that it's really them. I don't know, man. Like, there's
I didn't know that
stuff about him. Yeah, he seemed to be grooming. Like, he didn't cross the line, but he kept a lot of communication with underage people. Yeah, it's weird. That makes me think different of them, where it's like, I don't know.
Okay.
Louis seemed kind of tame. I think there's a reason why he's acceptable, and like, nobody's ever going to give Harvey Weinstein another chance.
Okay. So let's just say I'm a bit bigger a deal than I am. And I have this like section of fans that are into a particular episode of Different Strokes. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, the very special episode. I remember.
Yes, where they go to the bike store or something. Let's just say I have like a 15% of my fan base is really into that subculture. And like I'm getting some sort of messages from people that, that those type of people enjoy my work. Do I just kind of shrug and play to it? Do I ignore? Like, I am now aware of it. What do I do as an entertainer?
Yeah.
I don't have an answer. I don't know how to solve.
I think everyone
that.
has their own line, because it could be that whole audience capture thing. It's like, well, they accept me, so I think certain people could, turn into that wave, so to speak. Yeah, it would be tough, man. I don't know exactly what you do, but
I do think Foxrew said Foxrew said it.
Don't add the D.
Earlier said that bad actors. And I think if there's a common thread in that movie, it's that sure it was 2chan, which I don't know much about. Like, that was an education for me in the first act. The worst of all of these sub communities kind of have something similar in common, that they take a joke too far. Like when they were doing the Nazi salute at a otaku convention.
Yeah, at the con, I was like, oh,
it was like,
so,
guys,
that's
really?
so cringe. That was just lame.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, you're so edgy. Look at you. Look at you.
Yeah, and it's very 16-year-old angsty. Oh, here's the line. I'm going to step 5 steps over it. Yeah.
Look at me.
The joke is that I crossed the line.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I think you hit the nail on the head that there is something that is similar in these groups. I think they tried to tie them all together, like, like Anonymous
like
directly led to like Gamergate. And it's like, I don't think that is necessarily what happened, or even, Q leading directly towards J6. Like, there were definitely those actors there, but I mean, like, when you look at everybody at that rally, a lot of them were not believing this Q thing, but it's a crowd that gets swept up. And that's kind of the other quote that I wrote down from it was, you start to enjoy inflicting the pain you feel on others. I think that is the same thing. The phenomenon that's going on with these groups. Like, they do become hateful, and they do start, kind of going after people. But I don't know if that's unique to this culture. Like, it kind of seems like that's what happens in any time there's kind of this mob mentality that takes over. Like,
so I feel like, again, which, if you're going to, I'm not saying you, if somebody's going to treat this as like a political anti one thing or another, I think they do a decent job when they discuss how Anonymous kind of co-opted the Wall Street. What was it called? It was a typically left
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall Street.
For sure. And
news
they
corporations
influence on
kind
it.
of
That part they totally got right. That like it was kind of a nothing, kind of floundering thing, and then once Anonymous got into it, it seemed like there was kind of direction. Even though, where did it get?
CNN cynically kind of exploited that. Where I feel like the same thing for QAnon. Perhaps people in power exploited their wanting to believe that something was there. And I feel like people in power, if they know that people want you to say something or want you to believe something, they'll exploit it. Just like,
sure.
there's plenty of people that aren't, bad faith, but the loudest ones are.
Well, and that one scene really is powerful, and I think you were talking about it before, but when that one guy finally hears in that group call with the other people that like it doesn't matter if this is true, and like just you can see like his kind of heartbreak and like, his realization,
his soul leaving his body.
There's a reason why that they left that whole scene in from the dude's live stream. Like that really is powerful, but I don't know that you can make the connection that like all of J6 is because of that. Like there's this weird confluence of events. Like, so first off, they kind of prove that, Q didn't know a damn thing. Like it was just a bunch of people editing the time on these actual tweets to make it seem like they had information when they never did. But still, Trump was egging it on. The actual like crowd itself was getting riled up, and then that whole like let's march over there, that didn't come from Q. Like I believe that was the spur of the moment. So I don't know, like there's other ones that would have been so much better as examples. Like they just completely went over the Pizzagate thing. Like I guess that's more of a Twitter thing, or sorry, not Twitter, Reddit thing, but still like it's the same type of communities that directly lead from like these jokes to people believing this conspiracy to somebody actually enacting it in real life. Like I think there's way more of a connection there than there is directly to J6.
Right. I feel like in a mirror to, well, maybe not a mirror, a parallel to Occupy Wall Street. People who were in power exploited that, cynically so. I feel like the same thing happened with J6. I agree with you. Perhaps they should have separated it a bit further, but not all Q people were, at J6 for a specific reason. But there was some form of exploitation of the worst actors, and you get them thinking stupid shit, and they they just go off running, literally.
For sure. Yeah, and they were definitely there. Like Q believers were there. I can't think that the mass was all just believing this conspiracy. I think a lot of people got swept up in the moment, and it sucks. Like mobs are not a good thing, and just try and get it calmed down once it starts.
Yeah, and I would say people that exploited that movement were like the people that were decked out in army gear. Like they knew what they were there for. And that's all I have to say about that.
I was waiting for Gray.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of it's kind of overblown. I don't know what a lot of people were there for. And that's the thing. Like, I don't know. You probably don't watch this podcast, Kill Tony, but it's essentially like a 1 minute live mic. You get to go up there and run 1 minute, and then they get to critique you as a panel and really like rip you to shreds. Well, this one lady goes up there, and then they're like, okay, well, you guys, and then they did a panel interview with her for like 20 minutes. And then it's like, thanks, you've been a great interview. And she's like, you don't even know the most important thing, the most interesting thing about me. And apparently she was at January 6th, and she was just talking about why she was there, her motivation. None of it has anything to do with Q or anything like that. Like she fully bought into like the election thing, and then you just kind of get swept up in the moment. And then, she had been in the Capitol numerous times, so she thought, well, I'm not going to go in any area that isn't like gated off or whatever. But it just seems like it's that mob thing that just she got swept up in it. But it wasn't the whole conspiracy thing that led her to being in the Capitol during January.
They do cover the mishmash of different representation of disenfranchised. Like there was that one guy that's like, I'm pissed off at the governor of Pennsylvania for shutting my business down. I was just like, what? They did have a couple of like, I think somebody even said it, like everybody's there, but they all have a different reason for being there. And I think they made a note of saying something like that. I'm probably paraphrasing quite a bit, but they do touch on it, that, you know, it wasn't there as some unified, just like Occupy Wall Street. They didn't have a unified voice. The same thing was done with the parallel
Not
to
organized.
J6.
Well, yeah,
It was
like once they get in
chaotic,
there,
you
it's like,
could
okay,
say.
so what do we do now? Like, we're in here. We marched here. We're here. Like, I don't know. It wasn't like there was some, like, they mentioned it in the thing, but it's like they stayed between the velvet ropes. It's like you're in there. Like, you could just move the ropes aside and go where you please. But
Well,
I don't know. It's,
no, there is that line. The person in the wheelchair said, you know, they were like a dog that caught the bus or something. Once they were in there, they stayed within the ropes. So like they
Yeah.
didn't have direction. They
Humans
didn't know
are
what to do
weird,
when.
man.
yeah, it's weird. I
agree,
remember
like,
watching it when I was live. It was just like, I don't know. There's some scary footage that they didn't use. Like, there's one security guard who's like being like chased through hallways, and it's kind of weird. Like, every time he kind of turns his back to look behind him, they like start advancing on it. It's freaky. It reminded me of like a zombie game or something. But it's I don't know. Like, it's crazy. I don't think there was some unified thought behind it, and that's kind of what it makes it seem like with this. That you know, like Q directly led to this, and it's like, well, it's one factor, but I think there's so many factors in this.
I think they did a good job of getting a through line that the worst actors in certain subcultures in the internet really can wreak havoc.
For sure.
Where they kind of missed the mark and didn't really let things flesh out was, you know, giving you all the deets, so to speak, of the entire, you know, just focus on Scientology, or just focus on Occupy Wall Street, or just focus on the 16 election. Like, there was so much where it's just like, guys.
So yeah.
Please.
Help.
I'm done being a villain now. Thank you.
Sorry,
what
yes,
Sokav is asking about is the Jan 6 an internet phenomenon? So that is kind of the sort of messaging. I haven't gotten through it, but the messaging that they've gone through. Can you explain the I was going to say the diagram. Can you explain the documentary? Because I know it starts off as it explains how 4chan becomes a thing, and then 4chan becomes anonymous.
So it kind of explains like what 2chan is. 2chan was kind of the Asian language kind of message board that was, people would go there to kind of talk about anime and stuff, but it wasn't in English. So the dude who created 4chan, he literally copied their code, and then instead of calling it 2chan, called it 4chan, and it was just the English version of it. From there, it kind of led to, and the main part about it was everyone's anonymous. From there, it led to 8chan, which got a little bit more prankish, if you will. Still the idea of anonymity, but the guy who created 4chan wanted to make it a little bit more of a social network. So some people kind of rebelled and created their 8chan, which would be very much not a social network, very anonymous, more for shit posting, a lot of memes, if you will. And then that supposedly led to Anonymous, and then Anonymous wanted to do pranking with like real world results. So they went after Scientology. They got a rather large standing at, again, Occupy Wall Street. I don't know why I was blanking on that. And then they're saying from there, Anonymous led to Q, and then Q, they're kind of directly tying into January 6th. Oh, sorry. With Anonymous, they also linked them directly to Gamergate, which for me, that was one of the most egregious things, and then made me kind of question everything that I'd kind of learned from it up to that point, because they represent Gamergate in a very one-sided fashion, kind of the one from the game journalist side. It just doesn't seem to truly encapsulate what the other side is saying.
They were all evil, Nazi, sexist, and it was absolutely not about any standards or any ethic whatsoever. They just all want to destroy everyone who disagreed. Yes.
Yeah, so
no good arguments anywhere there. None.
I agree. Like, considering that Netflix does these like 10-episode documentary seasons, why the through line was there. Have an hour for each one of those subjects. I agree wholeheartedly. But there is a through line. The theme of American otaku fans taking 2chan and doing something in 4chan, and then the worst actors within that group siphon off and is that anonymous from there? And like the worst of each of these like newer subcultures, they're doing something different, and something is born of that. I get why you're saying that they're saying that they're all responsible for these things. They don't
presented it that way.
Right. They don't do a good enough job of explaining that the worst actors in all of these things are where
are really. Yeah, and now this is me going from being about maybe 20 minutes in. Okay, from the beginning. Okay, they are framing it, and it's so weird because I watched before we started tonight. I watched a bit of the Big Vape documentary. All Netflix documentaries seem to have the same sort of vibe about them. It's
probably
weird.
the same editor.
They have all of the same sort of thing, but they each have basically it's a we didn't know what we were doing, kind of thing. And like we
uncovered the underworld. Yes,
we didn't ask whether we should. We were too busy trying to think of how we could, like that whole thing. Okay, relax. That's the drama of it. Okay, I get it. I enjoy the true crime drama, so I really can't give people shit for enjoying that kind of drama. But the way that they framed it from the beginning seemed like that's what they were doing. That these guys created the freaking A-bomb. Okay, and it's like we didn't know what we were doing from the beginning. It did that, so it had this like this undertone. We created this great community, and then the worst thing happened. We didn't realize what it was going to become, and kind of it's like they're blaming themselves for it as opposed to those bad actors. That's what I don't because they spoke about the fact that they were the people that just because listen 4chan. Yes, 4chan it's like meme culture and all of that, but that's the internet, the way the internet was. That happened. There were other sites that were like that.
All this documentary stuff, always reminds me of the trouble that the History Channel got themselves into, which was, maybe you don't know.
I'm clueless. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no. They would have experts. They would have experts on topics. They have no. Not even just that. That's a different thing, but that is a thing. They would invite experts on to talk about topics and have particular like things that they would say, right? But they were just self-styled experts. They were people who like they said, experts in quotes, right?
Like
they were
internet movie reviewers,
like something like that.
Experts on Joe Rogan that talk about things they definitely know a lot about.
Anyways, the point is that it was a big scandal because they were not having a high standard for what they considered an expert. And they gave credence to a lot of
conspiracy.
Essentially they were out on a limb saying things by people that had no business being labeled as an expert.
So the moral of the story is kids are fucked.
Well, yeah. But the point is that the point in this case is that I always take documentaries with a large grain of salt.
My favorites amongst the History channels were of course, the Ancient Aliens, the one where it says that Amelia Earhart is secretly still alive, and the Hitler escaping to Argentina and ruling over there in a secret bunker, and they actually go looking for him in the bunker. I love that picture.
It's a whole series.
Yes.
Is it a whole series? It's not like one.
Those are my favorites. Yeah.
Ghost Hunters. It's also one of my favorites. Ancient Aliens is great. It's fun to think about because a lot of the stuff I go, I don't know, and then I'm like, that still doesn't change anything about my life though. So I'll just carry on. Okay, so with this documentary, the reason that I said online phenomena or internet phenomena as the topic is that's one of the main themes in this documentary is the way something takes like online. One of the I like the wording the one guy said. He said, "What if the internet went outside?" I like the way that was phrased. Like that's kind of the thing is. That's what they witnessed in their con when the otaku con or whatever. The internet people gathered and it was fun. It was cool, and then they lost control of this thing, which I don't know if we can blame the creators of it for that. I mean, can we? I think you blame the people that do it.
Well, yeah, the guy who created 4chan, his right hand man said he like stopped going to those things, and it became something that they didn't intend for it to be, or the bad actors within the group were affecting the overall mood of things. And then they stepped away, and then there was a new subculture of things.
I suppose if say we created Thinkers Chan and we loved it, okay? We were having a great time. 128 Chan. And then but then it did start to go downhill. Wouldn't you just want to shut it down? I suppose that's the blame that we could probably give is that no, you know what? This is not what I want it to be anymore. Fuck you guys, I'm taking it away from you. You guys can go and make your own thing.
And then 256chan is born.
Yeah, make that cool. But that take away you can't blame them for having the idea in the first place, having their first thing that was corrupted.
No, of course not.
Saying. Like, yeah, I don't want to. And the way that they framed it from the beginning for this documentary was that you are they were flying too close to the sun. They really make it very dramatic.
Well, I mean,
they made this.
The one dude with the frizzy hair, like he was on the run and living in buses or some shit. So one of them did get arrested for like hacking the FBI or some shit. Like that's like an extreme case. But yeah, if
that sounds like some of the autist 4chaners would be capable of. Yeah, sorry.
If you're just like trying to talk about like Japanese anime, and next thing you know, like you're taking on Scientology, you're like, what is happening? Like, what is this?
You're part of the team now. You're part of the tribe. You move on to war.
That's what I thought about in terms of I was really quite taken by the whole they were kind of like the first cancel culture people. Not first, but like they were a major cancel culture. They decided to have a target, and that's what they went and did, and they had protests and things, and that's what cancel culture has become. Is that you've got to go and be loud and be in people's faces, and you've got to protest about all of this.
It's a specific type of beefing on the internet. It's a yes.
And I think one of the most valuable things that I heard in it was that separation. And I agree with you, Charles. I feel like if they did an episode per iteration of Chan, it would have actually been much better. Like have 4chan have 4chan as the first episode, then 8chan, and then literally give the titles, because a lot of that they do with their documentaries. They give them titles, the episodes titles that give you a great movement through the story. It makes sense. Like some of them are sentences, and it's really great. But so I'm not going to say I hate all Netflix documentaries, but they didn't do this with that one. I'm just like, why? It's like they just had this
there's something
that
there
they wanted to put out.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so you're exaggerated. They were trying to deal with the remorse of what they it's kind of what Gray and I were talking about before. If I did something, if I put something out into the world, and again, 15% of them took that as child pizza humor, I would have to it's not a responsibility, but as somebody who's putting a message out there, and a significant amount are like, yeah, it's about this, I would have to at least think inwardly and be like, why is this happening? And not everybody does, and not everybody needs to. It's not a necessity. I just understand how that can happen. And were they a little
okay? But what if the humor that you actually made had nothing to do with the pizza thing? It was it was transparently a joke about hats or something, and
that's exactly what my humor was. My humor was, I have a hard time with women. I've heard every excuse in the book. I just want to be friends. I don't go with guys from work. I'm only 11. It's an excuse. It's not, hey, I'm picking up an 11-year-old. But that was perceived as I'm hitting on an 11-year-old. That is not my joke.
The joke is also a misdirect, and that's just a tag to it. So it's not like that's the focus of it, but fair enough.
Humor is irony and absurdity. It's not, hey, I'm going to preschools to pick up these girls. It's an excuse.
Yeah, but you can take the joke that way.
That's not transparent. Maybe it's because maybe it's because I know that you were going by the nickname, your initials.
My initials.
CP.
Yeah.
Oh, they would go crazy about that. Yeah. Well, I mean,
of course.
Initially.
But I never realized that
fruit.
it was. I never realized that joke was just a, what do you call it? Just a
woman joke.
Excuse. It seemed like I thought it was a joke. Like, well, because like, what is it?
The joke of
what is it? What's his name? Sticks and Stones.
Dave Chappelle.
Thank you.
Oh.
Dave Chappelle in Sticks and Stones has like that bit close to the beginning where he's talking about Michael Jackson. Like, yeah. And so, I mean, I thought it was something like humor like that. It was like dark humor. It was, So
that was dark humor. It was very,
as that.
That's what I thought. I thought it was dark humor. Like, I'm living. It's like, lol, I'm making fun. It's an edgy joke saying I am the kind of guy that would actually. I'm so desperate. I tried to hit on an 11-year-old. That's the joke in my opinion.
Well,
no, it's not it.
And that wasn't the joke. And I can understand you. Like, no, don't take that joke.
I
get, but I think the responsibility.
I mean, I don't see the other interpretation, but I accept that there is another interpretation.
I see it.
Like, like you look at like an optical illusion and you see like the rabbit and a duck, and like you trust that there is the other you trust that there's a rabbit, but all you can see is the duck.
Yeah, and as somebody who does that stuff to make money, if enough people are thinking I'm joking about children, I can't do the joke anymore. No matter how much I have faith in people that will really understand that that's funny, the times have changed. I cannot do that joke anymore if I want to continue making money.
Yeah,
it's
and a lot of comedians have talked about that phenomenon. Like Chris Rock has, that very famous bit. Now he's not familiar with, or now he's not comfortable doing that joke because the crowd doesn't seem to be laughing at it the way that he wanted them to. It seems to have changed.
The N-word versus
the difference between a black person and an N-word or whatever. It's a really famous bit, and Chappelle has talked about that too. That he's felt the room kind of change to why they're laughing or what they're laughing at in this particular joke. Which, fair enough. Like with comedy specifically, it is an art that really does rely on that room, and like there is kind of a feeling to it. Like when people are heckling, it really does change the whole tone in the room. I could understand if somebody's laughing a little bit too hard at like just the setup or one aspect of it, that could really make you question ever telling that joke again.
And guys, like I'm way ahead of you. I really wish I could tell that joke. I wish I can do a joke where the punchline is the gay F word, so I can continue saying something that rhymes with magnet. That was
Well,
that was
you
a
were
gimmicky
kind of
joke.
given the pass,
That
like
was
in
a
a
good
previous
joke.
stream. A person said that he wanted to use that joke, so I don't know. I think you were given the pass.
Yeah, I can't say that. They can.
Well, okay, you can pass that joke along. You can be his writer.
I'll sell it. Yeah.
Well, and
uncredited.
here's actually what I would say to that kind of thing is that it's like civility in the sense that I will defend anyone's right to be uncivil, but I still want to be civil. Does that make sense?
And
so,
yeah,
like,
and I think that's kind of the problem.
I wouldn't say that you can't say that word, but I totally defend your right to not use it, or
No,
your stance on not using it.
I can. I'm not going to get work if I keep doing it.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. Like you're talking about, like, you can be civil, but like once there's a mob, and I would argue, kind of going back to what Kiddo was saying, like this is kind of the first time that it became like kind of digital cancel culture. This is the first time that it was like a digital mob, but like January 6th, like once that mob gets riled up, like how do you get them down? Like how do you get enough blood in there? They even talked about, like when would they be satisfied? Like, okay, so they've stopped this, but they need to go further. They need to actually like get the kill. And then they did bring up that quote again that you start enjoying inflicting the pain you're feeling on others. I think Charles is right. It is the worst actors in the group, but once they get riled up, like how do you get everybody calmed down, everybody appeased? It's just gonna mobs are horrible,
and
man.
here's the
Like,
thing
I
is
don't know
that
how you stop one.
yeah, just like with what Charles was saying about no, you, Gray, were saying it about how you think that that's a much more just human nature kind of thing that can be related to crowds and such. And I would say that people want to hear that their enemies are political enemies or people who they perceive to have done wrong are like that, but people do not want to hear that they themselves could be like that.
Right. No, Calvin, I don't oppose any comedians, any of their stage persona. I have I have the faith that someone who's performing is doing a performance. If something comes out that their humor hits a little too close to home, then it's like, I don't know if I can give you the pass on this one. And I'm nobody to give anybody a pass. But for as much as I talk about women and like, you would think I'm a sexist with my stage act, I invite anybody to question any female I've been with or male about how much me in real life resembles me on the stage. And I have absolute faith that they're going to say that it's a character. So like, I understand that what I do on stage is just silly bullshit. I know quite a few comedians that it's the same thing. It's why I'm kind of troubled that Lisa Lampanelli, who was one of the
bluest of the blue,
yes,
very much a roast comedian, just would say anything.
Just outright stopped altogether.
I think it's kind of the classic example of pulling the ladder up behind you.
Right.
I know a lot of people keep using her, but yeah, now she's really championing like civility in comedy and things being over the line, which
it's an absolute shame. I don't know where I've said this, Gray, but I've told you about my personal experience. She's a sweetheart in real life. And I knew what she was doing this is my first performance ever. I knew what she was doing. She was a character, but in the green room, she was an absolute sweetheart. So it's really shitty that, especially comedy, the last bastion of freedom of speech. It's all changing. Gen Z sucks. I'm going to keep saying that.
As someone who is part of Gen Z, I can confirm that we indeed suck.
Nothing personal.
I thought millennials were bad. I remember saying, I'm sorry about millennials. I really said, I'm sorry. And it's actually like, no, never mind. Yeah.
Yes, Bimo, I know you are Gen Z too, and we can suck together, don't worry.
all the bad faith members of Gen Z are making you all look bad.
Yes.
Young men.
That's true. That's true, Finch. Put him on blast for being a stalker. There you go. So in terms of the internet phenomena of it all, phenomenon of it all, let's get back into that part, because that I understand the mechanism is similar with the jokes, right? Because it's comedy. You're out and you're performing, and you're actually an individual that has a face that can be identified. So, but then when it's anonymous, it becomes like the comedy theaters problem, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Rather than the individual who's speaking it.
There are certain clubs that have specific things you can't joke about, and that's just a contract you enter. You cannot obey those. I mean, I was banned. I was banned from a city or a city's comedy club for making jokes about that city. I mean,
that's not nice.
Bye. Then
State College,
then it's like, it's like you're not gonna. Okay, if that's the place and that's the vibe that they're gonna go for, you don't want those laughs anyway. Or
what's funny is the
you're not
joke.
gonna get laughs from it.
I killed with the joke, and it's just like, really?
Oh, but they didn't like it.
Yeah, the leadership didn't like it. The people
Yeah.
in the city loved it.
Yeah,
the leadership felt
it got a good laugh, and I was like, wait, what? That one?
Well, there you go. There is it there in terms of, say, 4chan. So let's just talk about 4chan, not 8chan, whatever. 4chan, you have the bad actors that are on there. And the way 4chan works is and they like acted, it was very revolutionary. So if your post was interesting enough, it would be at the top, like it's explaining it to the boomers. So you're like, yes, well done. That's how it works. So
this was pre-blue check mark, mind you.
Yeah. if your post was interesting enough and got enough votes or whatever, it would be at the top. So there, your joke, that's your joke coming, considering the way that they said it's an off-limits joke, but it went to the top with the laughs. So now 4chan in this documentary is going, we allowed that joke in our comedy club. We are so sorry. We shouldn't have done this. When how at some point an internet phenomenon, an internet mob does lose control, because it is like a real mob that is out there, where like they spoke about the real dynamic of the January 6th mobness, like the Gray was talking about that lady. So that mob mentality exists in real mobs. And then this happens online, and I don't know, of course we want people to be responsible. Everyone should try and act with everybody else's best interests in heart. Try not to be an asshole. That's it, okay? In South Africa, we go, be lekker. Just be great. Just, okay? Don't be an asshole. But that's not how it works. The worst of the worst do come together. They manage to find each other on the internet. Who do we blame for that? And they seem to think that we need to go and blame, instead of taking self-responsibility and say, what do I do when I go online? What do I do when I see something that seems conspiracy based, and you're like, oh shit, that actually sounds okay? So can we not be smarter? Okay, that's my question. Hi, you and me.
Hi.
Yeah.
This is just an idea. The internet is not a right. It's not a right the way speech is. You need to. You need
Internet
to be,
Bill of Rights. It's coming.
You need to be 25 to rent a car. You also need a license to drive a car. Maybe there should be some sort of test for teenagers.
What if you're just traveling though?
No. I hear what you're saying. I think that is fundamentally I think it's fundamentally different for cars, because a car can be a lethal weapon for yourself or for others, whereas the internet, not necessarily. There's no test to get a phone. There's no phone license, but you can do everything more or less. I mean, it's way slower, it's way more direct, but you can do a lot of the same kind of harassment and stalking and other things with a telephone that you can do on the internet. it's the problem is magnified, and I'm not saying it needs to be completely free of regulation, but I'm talking about a license.
So if I don't mean license, but it's something
You
that
gotta always
something that a 17-year-old kid who probably didn't have the right upbringing or whatever is internet brained. Listen, we're gonna give you access to this thing, but prove that you understand that your actions may have some sort of repercussions. As long as it's like, all right, you could do these jokes, but understand that this is going out into the real world. You may think the internet is its own little thing that lives in your computer, but it's going out everywhere.
Well,
I mean,
this
we
is
all know
actually
that.
this is actually related to the actual curriculum, not the California bill that we went over.
I knew you
but
were
the
going
actual
there. That sounds good, yeah.
curriculum, the media literacy content that is being pushed in schools, as long as it's not ideologically captured, I think is a good step. I don't know if you ever saw that.
No.
But we
we did a think on it, a little think.
Yeah. There is a school curriculum that aims to address what you're talking about.
Yeah,
specifically.
I think civics should be reintroduced into school and have internet culture introduced into civics as well. Not just California, all around.
Well, no. California had a bill that was a little Orwellian in relation to this about what is it? It itself is not necessarily bad, but it did reference trying to combat harmful
the idea behind
wrong
it wasn't
think
bad,
essentially.
But we read
the California bill
with Andrew, and it was clearly very ideologically motivated. Like it started out with the original idea of let's do this good thing about the prepare for remove on the internet, which is sorely needed in school, by the way. But instead they went on to
California bill was ideologically
we have to stand up for our values and our way of thinking specifically.
Can you highlight what Benjamin said?
Yes, sorry, I'm recording.
So when a group of teenagers or a group of whatever are at a convention for Japanese otaku and they start doing this Sieg Heil sign, how do you handle that? That's my counter question to that. I won't overreact.
You see, no,
is that okay?
Something
if
like
there's
that.
Jews out there, if there's black people out there, if there's gay members in that audience, what is okay for that?
Yeah,
and talk about adults.
I'm just gonna bring that up. The one guy who was kind of a presenter at the previous one, that is literally the thing that alienated him from the group. I don't know. I agree with you that the Zig Heiling, that is a bridge too far for me. I have participated in some stupid shit that I'm glad isn't on the internet that, I totally wouldn't have supported, but it seemed edgy at the time. I can see, everyone doing that stupid thing in the game where they're then making a swastika with their characters.
That made it funny for me. I was like, that's low. This is a good fun.
That feels like a joke, but when you've got then a room of real people Zig Heiling, I don't know, something about that seems much different to me.
I'm
let's
sorry.
go around, guys. Let's go around. How would you deal with this? Okay, Foxrew, how would you deal with it? Because we had a few people.
Okay, so
we had Benjamin say blah blah blah.
Okay, specifically a con, right? A convention where there's lots of people in a limited space, right? Or theoretically, this is the case. Obviously, you can set up for a much bigger turnout and then be disappointed on the turnout, but you got to plan for the big crowd to be somewhere near capacity. That's where you want to be, and in that case, you need to have clear-cut rules that take civility into account. You need people to be civil because you don't want fights breaking out. So you need to take civil and part of that is just not name calling and showing everyone who has chosen to be there some form of respect. In this case, choosing to be there is what earns them the respect. They say that respect is earned, not given, or not not demanded or whatever. But just you choosing to be around other people in that enclosed space is what earns them your respect, some level of respect, a decorum at the very least.
Okay, so that's yours. Charles, what would you do if this is your convention?
If it's my convention,
if you're in control, what would you actually?
Our convention. Okay, that's a very different standard.
No, let's do both. Okay, let's say if it was yours, and then and also just if you're a person at the con,
you're just going to Otakon,
and people start doing that. Galente leads the. It's just the first thing I read. I'm not going after you, Galente. Galente leads the anti-cat salute. Okay, what do we do? And it really affected. No, for real. I said anti-cat like just as the joke, but really, if somebody does something egregious, what do you do as an individual? What do you do as a leader? So, sorry, Foxrew, we can go back to what you were saying there. Then just bring those two levels in, and then we go to Charles, and then Hydra, and then we'll go down the line.
So when you have a convention, you got a plan for being at capacity, and you don't want fights to break out. You need people to be civil. So you need to enforce those rules, and part of attending needs to be that you recognize that simply sharing a building with these people affords them a certain amount of respect. And so you want to enforce the rules on being civil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what they're doing here is not civil.
Doing it though,
yeah.
What exactly do you do to stop it? Do you kick out a room full of people? Do you just say hey guys, stop it?
Well, I think that
that's tough.
It depends.
Maybe you remove yourself. Maybe you're easier to remove.
Part of it is that.
But that's encouraging it. That's not putting it out.
Letting a problem fester. Letting a problem fester. It depends.
If you kick them out, they'll go somewhere else.
If you're personally offended, then maybe you leave, right? But if things escalate, or you leave and then you tell someone and you don't go back to try and enforce it, because there is that Karen mentality where they will talk to the manager and then walk with the manager back to the person to try and make sure that things resolve the way they want it to be resolved, right? So maybe you feel uncomfortable, so you leave and you drop a comment or you tell a staff member, and then you don't go back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Charles?
Yeah.
Sorry, Greg.
Go ahead, Greg.
No, please, Charles. It's your hypothetical. I want you to steal your answer. Please go.
So if you're running the convention, I would get on a loudspeaker or something and be like, hey, listen, I understand you're being edgy. That has much more meaning than what you like. It's not just, hey, this is edgy and it's banned in Germany. Let's do it because we're not supposed to do it. We're not about that. I would make it clear that this group is not about that. If you do it again, you got to go. We're not here for that.
This is gatekeeping that should happen. I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there should be some form of responsibility. Like, hey, listen, we're not about this. It's the one thing that
there needs to be an attempt at least made to push that out.
Right.
And to condemn it, because that is how they do it in the news. That they go, oh, do you condemn that? Like, and they want you to say that. Actually, yeah, that is enough for me in that situation. That there was an attempt and there was a stand taken, and then it's up to the other people to react with dignity. Continue, sorry. Charles.
I
Sorry.
forget where I was. Gray, please.
Oh,
Sure.
sorry.
No, it's fine.
I might be kind of controversial on this one, but yeah, I'd have to think if I'm in charge of it. I might be more agreeing with Benjamin's point of like I'd draw the line at violence. Like you know, I wouldn't invite the group back if so it depends. Like if I'm the venue. So I've done a bunch of live gigs where I'm doing like the sound for the venue, like I'm just contracted to be there, or I've actually worked for the guy who owned the venue, and then I'm just kind of like the liaison between whoever rented the space. But I mean, like I can't just take the mic and be like, hey guys, don't do that here. You know, like I would have to kind of report back to the owner. So I guess I'm kind of looking at it from there. You know, I would definitely step in if I see violence, but if I see people like trying to meme, it's like, okay, this is a bad look. We're not inviting them back next time. Like we won't allow them to rent this venue again. If I'm the one actually throwing the event, I don't know. I could see getting on the mic and telling them like, you know, that behavior is really messed up. I don't condone it. Let's stop doing that. But I don't know that you can stop an auditorium from doing it. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried to stop like a mosh pit, but I've been at many venues where, you know, they're like, hey guys, no moshing. Like you guys can dance, just don't mosh. And it's like, they're with, you know, even hundreds of bodies in a small area, you can't stop all of them from doing it. Like just no matter what, the security is going to get overwhelmed. I don't know that you can physically stop the crowd. So I think where I would go is, you know, you set the expectations that like, you can't do this. All right. Your group is, because I don't think you can just cut off like an actual convention in the middle of the convention. And then this is one panel room in the thing as well. So it's like, I don't know if, you know, you'd be able to say everybody in this room now gets kicked out of the convention.
No, I don't know if that's what I said. The people who were doing the Sieg Heil, they'd get a warning. We're not about that.
Sure.
You got to go. And that's not public humiliation, first of all, Calvin. If you're doing a Nazi salute where you're in a completely diverse audience like that, that's not public humiliation. If you're doing a signal for hatred, that's humiliating.
Yeah.
Like, don't be silly.
You're humiliating yourself.
To answer Finch's thing, like I'm not trying to say that it's the same thing. I've just been in situations where the owners of the venue have tried to stop a crowd from doing a particular action. That's the only comparison that I'm making. I'm not at all saying Sieg Heiling is the same as moshing. Just it's really hard to stop a crowd from, they egg each other on, and then it keeps getting kind of pushed to that next level. It's really hard to stop an entire crowd, especially with a limited, you know, security or even non-security that's really at a con. I don't know. That was my only comparison to it.
Just considering trying to get back to, sorry, because I did interrupt Charles, but your main point that you were making there, just to bring it back to your point, was that you would want to get across to them that this is not what we do here. This is not what we're about. So you would put yourself aside from what is happening in this crowd. And you wouldn't want those, you're like, fine, that's you. And I think that's a necessary, I don't know if you can stop it, but I think that is as much as, that's what got me so excited about your answers, because I think that's the only thing you can do is set yourself aside from it.
Right. At least if the building owner's like, listen, we can't have you back next year. You got, you know, hate speech or like hate symbols. It's like, listen, we gave them a warning and we kicked them out. Like that's not what we're about. You heard us on the loudspeaker. We said that. To not think of the financial aspect, you know, if you want to do stupid shit like that, best of luck on 4chan. If you're gonna go out in public where the rest of society is, you're gonna have to like bend to social norms.
Yeah, that's exactly what you and me said is enforce social norms, because that's what we do as humans. When something is not inappropriate, when we have somebody streaking or whatever, we all go and say, what are you doing? Like it's not, I mean, in certain countries it will be go to jail, but social norms, I mean, literally if you start shouting really loud and screaming into the ether, people are going to notice that and try and stop you or even give you social cues to stop you. So I think that's could be probably just the best way to do it. I'm giving my opinion the whole way through. Sorry, Hydra. What would your answer be?
Well, it would mainly depend, but to give a satisfying answer in the situation, if I was visiting convention where such a troll or semi-serious sequel was given, my first thoughts would be to ascertain the situation and look at the likelihoods of what's more likely if these people genuinely believe this, or are they just wannabe edgy guys who think like 4chan is cool, or like are super nationalists or whatever, or are not entirely on board. Are they just sympathetic? Are they just trying to be funny? Are they like fellow travelers with the ideology? Or are they like full-blown neo-Nazis?
And this time,
depending on where they
show the footage of it's kind of ambiguous. It's enough to make
Yeah.
people completely leave the group because they think that they're taking it seriously.
Yeah, if
So
there is a significant possibility that it might be real, I might be one of those people who just discreetly make an exit, because I'm gonna be like, listen, I'm putting my money, my time, and even potentially my life on the line. Is it really worth to be here with these people? I don't know. Maybe it's not. It depends on really how important the convention is. Security is, maybe I'll just go to a different part, depends on all of it depends on a lot of intricacies. But to try to answer the question, if the convention was mine, or my responsibility, first of all, that would mean it would take place in Eastern Europe, but that would also incline that there are other considerations to be made. If I would essentially take the microphone and address them directly and say, hey, I'm not gonna prohibit you from expressing yourself freely, but there will be no violence or fucking around with others inside my conventions. And once you leave these doors, once you get out, I cannot guarantee your safety, because a lot of the people around these parts still bear the physical scars of communism or fascism. A lot of people lost their families. A lot of people lost their nations or had their cities burned to ash or only partially rebuilt, or forever strained the scars, literal bullet holes, and have their family members suffer. If you are lucky, you'll get beaten to a pulp in a dark alley. If you're unlucky, they will knife you and they will kill you. So once you get out of those doors, I cannot guarantee that you will live. I'm sorry. Do not play around with these things, because these are the same territories that both the Nazis and the commies fought over in a world war. And both of these are the regions that got the worst of it. So you might want to reconsider, because people are really pissed about losing so much to these two ideologies, and they are not at all opposed to taking it out on you. Be careful.
So yeah, they whether you mean, because you said like you would try to ascertain whether people are serious or not. Whether they are serious or not, there are people that will take them seriously and believe
absolutely
that that's what they are. Yeah,
like,
and you cannot guarantee their safety based on that. Yeah,
because once they leave the door, they are not my problem. They might immediately get stabbed by someone. I don't know. It depends entirely. They might be gone with no problem. But I remember the times that all the way back in primary school, once someone thought that they would be cool to scribble some swastikas in the bathroom. Yeah, they got beaten the fuck up, because there were some other people who like there was the whole mentality that I'm gonna do this edgy symbol because I'm cool. Yeah, people who have lost family members found them. I just want to say that you're playing around with a dangerous ideology in a region where unparalleled destruction was waged in the name of that ideology. People are gonna they don't listen. So not my problem once you leave the convention. Not my problem once you get out of here. Yeah.
So you would take a bit more of a reminding them of the consequences thing. Yes. Charles is like, because he's thinking of the more American part of it, where it's just like, listen, we don't do that here, and we're not part of this. Like, we're not part of what you. When he actually is setting aside which interpretation he's okay with. He's saying, yeah, we know you're being edgy, and that's it. But the guys that are actually enjoying this in that weird, like a bit too much kind of thing, how's about fuck off, please? Like that sort of thing. So he's put himself apart. So, but yours is like, listen, fuck around, find out. Okay, so I like your idea. Okay, Dorkus, yours is next.
Lots of thoughts. I suppose first the easy half of the hypothetical were I merely a con goer, and if I were aware that there were people at the con doing this, I would avoid them. I would be all the way at the other end of the convention, and I wouldn't necessarily hold the convention staff responsible. But
that seems to be this case because it was like the 4chan panel at the convention. Like it wasn't everything at the Otakon thing. It was literally this one panel and the group of them, the ones doing it. So that makes sense. I think we'd all kind of do that.
As for
would you blame the panel?
other...
Sorry, Dorkus, I just want to ask, would you blame the panel or the organizers in any way? So the organizers is big, panel is one part of them. Would you blame any of that?
I would blame the panel, I suppose.
Oh, okay. You would not blame me, like, oh, you did it, but you would have some sort of, you would hold them.
Think they were the one to allow this to happen.
You would the association wouldn't be lost on you.
I'm a bit confused. The people running the panel, the people
would you
on
ask
the
for your
panel,
money back?
not necessarily
the
the con itself and the con administrators and every other panel. Like if there's a panel about comic books, I'm not going to blame the comic book panel for the 4chan panel shenanigans.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just asking whether you would think about the individuals on that panel and say, what's with them that their panel created this? You would do that.
Yeah, that's certainly.
But you wouldn't go, hey guys who invited 4chan here, you're the reason this happened. So I'm just trying to different levels of blame here.
Yeah, I mean, if it came out, if there was information that came out that suggested that the con knew beforehand that the 4chan folks intended to do this, I'd be kind of like, I would think, did you really, like, were you really okay with that when you were deciding who would have panels and who wouldn't, and you knew they were going to do that? You invited them, really? And then I would sort of negatively judge the con, but short of that information, I blame the people taking the actions. Now, I do think that, hiling Nazi salutes and what have you are uniquely charged given their history. It's not like planking. If like a bunch of people just decided to plank in some at some booth, right? So there's a unique element here that I think very, very easily crosses into harassment, or can very easily. So were I the con administrator, I would absolutely be ready to kick them out at the drop of a hat the second I believe that it crosses the line into harassment. Now, what would it take to clearly get to that line? I think I'd be paying attention to noise. If it's one person that people can easily avoid, as much as I wouldn't like it, it's just one fool. I might ask a security guard to go up and say, hey, can you not do this? Kind of not great. If it were 5, if it were 10, if it were 20 people that were suddenly making noise, and deliberately doing it to get a reaction, I think you could make a strong argument that it crosses into harassment at that point, and I would not be against asking them to leave. If it's as far as the loudspeaker part of what Charles was saying goes, I'm certainly not against the idea of making a natural statement that says, hey, we're aware that this thing happened we don't approve of this kind of behavior. It doesn't represent, we don't feel it represents us and our ideas and what we would like to put out into the world. And we will consider this the next time it comes to inviting people to our con. Setting clear boundaries and just watching for the second it turns into harassment is what I would do, I guess. I hope that answers the question well enough.
Very well. Before we go to what you're sharing there, Charles, let Gray go.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. Like, if I'm just the goer, I would remove myself from there. Wouldn't want to hang around with that panel. I don't think I would hold the actual con responsible for it. It does seem to be the panel and the kind of crowd that they have cultivated for this particular thing. If I'm running it, I don't know. Like, it's going to be tough. Just from my experience of trying to get people, like, just not to mosh. Like, the second you put it on the loudspeaker, you get people who are just, I don't know if you call them contrarians, but it's like, fuck you. I'm going to do it
Guys
anyway.
against the system.
Moshing is inherently against it. Yeah.
So I think what I would do is not invite them back the next year and just be like, no, your crowd is not what we want to cultivate here, so you're not welcome back. And that's what we did at a lot of the venues. But it's kind of shitty. Like, we've had bands that we had to kick out because, like, just their crowd, like, there was a disco ball, they decided to knock down the disco ball. It's like, okay, that sucks, but it's like, it's just a crowd. But the venue wasn't cool with having that band because they had a rowdy crowd. Sadly, I think 4chan would be kicked out of my con, but yeah, I don't know if you could. So looking at the video, there's a lot of people zig heiling, but there's a lot of people not. So it's like, I don't know if you could identify each person, if you have enough security to, like, okay, remember who all did that and grab each one of them. Like, I don't know if you could kick each person out. They are, anonymous. Like, they did kind of become that group eventually, but it sucks when it's a hive mind in a group. It's really hard. So
that's quite a few people.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you could kick them all out, but I definitely wouldn't welcome them back, I guess would be my easy answer on it. It'd be so much harder if, like, you're actually running the con. It'd be tough, but yeah, I can see why
there were some
they're
people,
not a regular part of it anymore.
That you can, if you go, if you scan a little bit, you'll see some people that were uncomfortable, but that is quite a lot of people. You can see some people are uncomfortable, and you see they
don't redact their faces. Show the faces.
Yeah.
Let them live with what they did like that. Shit.
But
Like,
there's
these
quite a lot of
people
people
don't deserve to get their faces redacted. Come on. Like, you did that on public knowing that you're gonna be filmed.
Yeah.
Like,
but that's
you
shaming.
are... No.
Hydra, it's shaming if it's in public and they're just exercising their right of free speech.
I'm not saying that they should forever be stained.
Cancel
But
culture.
they made a deal when they decided that they were going to be fucking goober monkeys in public, and they're gonna be assholes to other people, and they're gonna do edgy historical evil shit because it's funny, while knowing that they are in a public space on camera in front of hundreds, possibly less, possibly more, but still the situation stands in a public forum. You should not be the one to post to proper, like, no, let me write your mistake. Hold on, let me hide you, please. No. Fuck them. I'm sorry. I don't mean that they eternally have to live with this, but that is now out there on the internet. You should have been more careful.
And
That
goes back to listen, I'm not saying a license, just listen, this is the internet. It's going out to the world. You understand that, yes?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that is look. So Gray, are you done with your bit there?
I think so. I feel like I'm kind of taking the easy way out by saying, like, I just wouldn't invite them back, but I don't know. From my limited experience of trying to, like, rile down a crowd, it's really hard. Would you do something different, Kidda? I don't think you've shared your opinion on it.
Well, I mean, I've shared my opinion based on my reaction to your guys' ones. But the main thing I think I get from all of us is that we know that the crowd is out of control. We would know that we want to separate our community from this action.
The crazy
here.
monkeys, yes.
Yeah, the crazy ones. And I don't think that that's bad. That is your freedom of association. That's what we do in interpersonal situations. When if there is a line, if I can agree with people, I can agree to disagree to a certain extent. But there are lines, there are behaviors, there are beliefs that I'm not going to be happy to be around, and I'm not, and I don't want that to be a virtue signal for me and say, well, look at me, everybody, I'm not speaking to the racist. I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm about. It's more like I'm not getting anything from this person, so we're not relating on a good manner. It's not fruitful. Let's not associate. I think that's what we're all kind of about here. Is that we would want to associate with these people? No. It was very interesting to have Hydra's perspective there of like the consequences are actually something you should probably think about. I think the people that we have to look at the intent behind this, and like Hydra said, there's two different ways we can take the intent. It's there's people that are just doing stuff that is taboo, and that's why it's funny. Remember the dark humor thing we were talking about? So there's those people, which is what they were kind of. Which, can I tell you the context? According to the documentary, there was some chat site that everybody was on, and there was a rumor that that people were getting banned for having black avatars.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that was brought up. Yeah,
the Haba Hotel.
Oh yes,
yeah, that's the one.
So that is where that started. 4chan did a raid on Haba Hotel because of this very left-leaning thing of, hey, that's racist, right? So they go as the warriors there, and they go and they like raid Haba Hotel. Everybody goes in and makes a black avatar with an afro, so very stereotypically black, to say, hey, I'm a black avatar, what are you going to do, kind of thing. So I don't see that there actually was that occurring, but somebody made the claim and everybody thought that's a good idea, let's go. And they did the raid. And in their raid, part of like their planking like what are they called? Flash mob sort of stuff they did in that game was making, because they were lining up. They were all lining up.
Making a swastika.
But the whole, they made a swastika. And for me, I was like, okay, so they were just doing, so the reason that they even got
that
into
is
that position was supposed to be because, hey, you can't ban people for being black. Okay?
Yeah,
so
but that's yeah.
But,
but they took it a little further than that.
Happened,
raids.
Right.
You have to realize
the raid happened because people wanted to fuck with people, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just the noble intention of, hold on, this is not great.
Exactly.
We have to show them that the black avatars in the game and you cannot discriminate for whatever people. No.
So,
it was to have the moral support and also wreak havoc and have fun. And that's why they were, we can do this. Why not top it off with something even more extreme? So yeah, that was we have the moral backing to wreak havoc on someone else's stuff.
Yes.
And we have to.
So they went and they did that, and they felt good, about it, and it was online and whatever, and they were making a display. Okay, and yes, it's offensive to do that symbol, but for me, I'm just like, okay, they were there. It's on the internet. I can maybe go, you're being so edgy right now. That's what you're trying to do. Well done, you made us. Right. I would be like, can we make an X? Can we make a triangle? Can we do anything? Because making any symbol shows that we are a hive mind. Woo, crazy stuff. Raid. Very cool.
But
then
the creator decided he didn't want that. So then he banned Red. So then they decided they had to create 8chan because, there's too much restriction here. We need more anonymous, and why not permit people?
And that's the thing. And I agree. That's why I wish that they actually did the structure the way Charles said, that there would be an episode for each Chan iteration, because it would make so much sense to show the evolution of a subset turning into their own community. Because so there's the person who says we should target these people because this is bad is happening, and the other people are like, let's fuck with people, let's go and do it. And then some edgelords go and do the swastika. Cool. So that's what they're like, oh, look, you so edgy. Then when they go and they get together in public, initially the first 4chan meetup, essentially, because it was the first 4chan panel, people would dress up as memes and things like that, and that was cool, and it was great because it's like if we had to go to a meetup with our small little audience here, we would have even our own inside jokes. So we would, you know, have that kind of micro community that we would indulge in. So that was what was cool that for the first 4chan. Then the second one comes up, and this happens, and it is an artifact from a raid. So it is a culture thing from them. They're like, look, we're doing the thing we did on the internet. But they haven't gone, wait, this is the wrong context for this. There's no good context for that, number one. But this is definitely not a good idea. It's not. I understand what Benjamin is saying, that you do things that are taboo to shock people. But for me, I'm just like, the worst thing you could do is react too seriously and say, oh my God, clutch the pearls, because that's what they want from you. These are like psychopaths. They want a reaction from you. They want this. They want to make you feel uncomfortable. So I don't know. A mixture of Hydra's reaction and Charles's reaction is kind of where I'd be at, where it's like, I want to make it known, I don't think you're cool.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, you think you're funny, honey. You really do. Okay. Like, look at you, big boy. You're so edgy. And that's my reaction.
Another minute theme a lot of these seem to express is maturing. Like they all had this similar thing, or at least the people they were interviewing. Hey, we were dumb kids. We wanted to do something extravagant. And listen, if I were 10 years younger, I would have shit on the internet that I am just absolutely wouldn't be proud of. There's just with the internet and the ease to influence an audience, it's pretty. I don't want to say dangerous, but I get being edgy, and if things that I did when I was 17 were out there, it'd be bad. It's just different because the internet, it's there forever. Like mine, it's just memories to whoever I fucked with. So it's a little bit different.
Cringe at.
Right. I don't know anybody who's at least 30 who looks back at their 17 years or 16, 17, 18, 22, whatever. And are like, yeah, that is me. Current day still. Not everybody has that.
Do you think there's anyone that looks back and wishes there was like a record of all the horrible things they've ever
Al Bundy.
I don't know. Fair enough. I mean, he did 3 touchdowns in one game. That is pretty amazing.
Benjamin, I likewise. I appreciate having different opinions.
That's the whole.
Absolutely.
How dare you? 2 adults having a civilized disagreement on the internet. How fucking dare you?
Guys, this is the
We need
internet,
more clicks.
guys.
We need people fighting, scream, tear
Guys,
each other's bones out,
now.
tell that the other one is evil and the spawn of Satan and must be destroyed. Go. Yes, please. I'm so glad that I can see some humanity finally.
I think that there were 6 of us that all had different variations on how to handle it. Just proves that there isn't really a right answer.
FFA right now, box. We have to solve it. There is only one way to find the true answer.
There is only one way. Imagine being civil on the internet. Yeah, exactly. That's like, there has to be a balance of social norms. Going back to what Andrew said in the beginning of, he wants you to be civil, but he's going to defend your ability to be an asshole. He's going to be like, listen, you're allowed to a certain extent. Don't break the law. Don't go over certain lines. Don't do that. But I'm going to try using the normal laws of humanity and interpersonal thing to say, I don't like that behavior and stop that behavior. So I think, there's a lot more to unpack from that documentary, but I think that was a cool conversation just based on one little bit of it.
We should
And-
devote 10 hours to it.
Well,
we should.
can I get like 10 more seconds? Because like there's one thing, and I think it was the most egregious thing in there, and I don't think we really touched on it, but it is literally the end of the documentary. So like it goes
Yeah,
to, okay,
that's
so
why.
Q caused J6. That's all because of the Q people. But then it also caused all these mass shootings. That's what caused it. They also draw these threads to it at the end. They're just playing like news footage of all these different mass shootings that went on. And it's like,
You need to draw.
maybe some of those
stronger
dudes were
conclusion
on
than
those,
just-
but
yeah.
I don't know. It just, to me, that felt like the most tentative threads that they had in the whole thing. And I don't know. It just, that really rubbed me wrong. I think the doc was really strong in the beginning when it's talking about the Chans and the kind of creation of that culture, but it really got weak towards the end for me.
Maybe we can revisit it when I diagram it. Hello?
Sure. That sounds great.
Okay.
Hello.
Because I want to get to that. I want to get to that most egregious thing. I want to see literally how they tie those threads together. Because there is another topic I want to go over. Yeah.
Another day.
I just wanted to see if Foxrew wanted to say goodbye because he needs to go.
Oh yeah, I have to get going. It's been great. I have something I need to take care of. But everyone have a great day, and I'll see you next week.
You as well.
Are
You are the
you not
man.
streaming
You will be
this week?
missed.
Yes.
I will be doing a stream tomorrow. There's a number of things I'm whittling down the options or the the selection. There you go. All right.
Okay. Bye.
Have a great day, everyone.
Well, day.
You as well.
See you. We'll miss you.
Okay, guys.
Listen to what mean.
I know you want to go. You want to go to the gaming side, but we can spend about 20 minutes on this. I just want to. I won't bring up the actual documentary, the actual video.
Okay.
But I'll just ask you about because you're guys, right? Right.
False.
Are you absolutely
Last
sure?
I checked.
Totally.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to ask you about. Have you heard of transmaxing?
I have. It was all
I
the
have not.
rage about a year ago when the first documentary came out. And it's weird. Like about a month ago, it kind of caught some steam again. And then, yesterday it really did. So it's interesting because it's the same doc that everyone's kind of using, the same person who's willing to kind of go out there and kind of tell their story.
And this relates to the topic of internet phenomena because the way that this documentary presents it is as if it's a very prominent thing, as if there's a huge community out there. Whereas you could probably, I don't know, they don't give numbers, but they make
It would
it
have to be a
sound as if,
subset of the trans community, right? Which is a very small
It's a
community
subset,
anyway. So
exactly.
it can't be
So-
a ton of people.
and it can grow. That's the thing, it can grow. So that's what I'm saying. That what actually seems to have happened in it. Okay, can you explain to us what transmaxing is? Because you're familiar with the term. Because I was
Sure.
yesterday
It seems
years
to be
old.
some people who are generally men, but I suppose it could go the other way as well, who don't feel like they have much to offer with their, given gender, where they might be able to go ahead and maximize by switching, become more attractive, offer more to a mate. So it's kind of, trading up through transitioning, so to speak. There's at least a couple people who have definitely kind of sung its praises. There is this person who's, done the documentary and then has done a lot of interviews, and everybody seems to be kind of talking about them. And when you do see, they were kind of balding. They didn't look particularly masculine, but I got to be honest, like it does look like there is a slight improvement to their appearance when they are presenting as a female. It does seem like they might have gotten, making lemonade out of lemon, so to speak. I don't know. It does seem interesting. But I think that's kind of the phenomenon. Supposedly you can kind of, possibly get a better shake in life because you're able to transition, and supposedly it's easier on them that way as opposed to being a non-traditional presenting, whatever your gender is initially. I don't specifically know of any women transmaxing by becoming men, but I suppose it's a thing. Let's be inclusive.
What does male presenting Kitty have to say about this topic? I mean, I'm buff, guys. Look at that. He's buff. Woo! Sorry, we're waiting for you to speak.
I, male presenting Kitty, clearly support presenting as one desires.
I just want to say it's funny that Dorkus had to make his voice deeper to be male presenting Kitty.
Well, yeah, I mean,
extra male presenting. Okay.
Not enough testosterone there. Male presenting Kitty.
Not accurate. Boobs too big. Oh, that's a good one, Calvin. That's very good. Very good. But I would be able to have pics. So if I wanted to be a better man and transmax, I guess, yeah, maybe my voice is better suited to male presenting, feminine male presenting. So what if I decided that, look, I just wanted to say, like, what do we think of it? Because basically what this is the ideology that, and I say ideology, it's like it's a way of looking at the world. There was actually a manifesto, which was what made me go, oh, okay. In terms of internet phenomenon, there's like a whole guide that basically they've put together and why you should do this, how you should do this. And it does seem to be focused on men. That men transition into women, because it seems like quite a deeply, considering what I watched, quite a misogynistic sort of view of women. And it's deeply misogynistic.
Agreed.
There seems to be resentment for women that drives them to want to be like women, because they and the way
it's
that
born from the
guy
perception that it's so much easier for them. We deserve this. We have to take over this kind of space, this identity, so we can experience all the benefits that they were granted for free. It's kind of
it definitely is a man. That's why it is a mostly man turning woman, because ain't no woman turning into a man.
It is like 95% man to woman, all of the transitions. As far as last time I checked, I might be wrong, but it's scientifically proven that it's almost completely man to woman, almost all of them. Very few are in the other direction.
I don't know what perspective this documentary is taking, but just hearing the synopsis, I don't think it's doing any favors for the trans community, like at all.
Yeah.
I don't think it's thought about the community at all. It's like your own personal kind of, I could be essentially, like, I think the person they put a number to themselves, but I can't remember what it was, but they thought as a man, it was a much lower number than if they were as a woman. It really seems to be like, personal maxing, if you will. I don't think they're doing anything for a community.
Oh, what did I remove? Did I remove?
Dorkus is gone. Well, they were transmaxing.
Oh, add to stage. Sorry, I was trying to remove the.
Yeah, you were trying to remove the transmasculine individual from the core for infiltrating female spaces. Did you?
Yes, for infiltrating female spaces. This is my female space. No,
but on
that is it. Yeah.
On the topic of men more frequently identifying as women than women identifying as men, my understanding of what autogynephilia is the sexual attraction to being in the body of a female. Now, naturally, when you try to apply that to someone who is in fact a female, that doesn't exactly work. So I do think that there are a lot of people who are misdiagnosed as being trans when they are in fact autogynephic.
Well,
Philip?
and this person made a point of saying like they don't feel gender dysphoric or anything like that. They just feel like they don't have much to offer as a male. They're coming up short in many areas, apparently.
Which is where I come down on, that where Charles said, like, this is not doing any favors to the trans community. That is where I'm like, so you're kind of appropriating transness here. You're saying,
Do me a favor and hold that up so I can see your cock.
What was that?
Not the
Deal?
fuck.
That was Howard Stern from the old days, but I don't know where it came from.
I don't know either.
Do me a favor and hold that up so I can see your cock.
Okay.
Makes
You
sense.
are found out.
Weird.
You are found out. There we go.
Someone's got production value.
I have Howard here in the studio.
So yeah, like one of the ways that this documentary goes about it, he actually brings this trans maxer person to a trans activist person that is supposed to be calling them out for not being a real trans person, right? But this person actually lands up. I'll try and find the clip. I'm very unprepared for it. But this person actually lands up kind of making it even more misogynistic and more woman hating.
Awesome.
And it's like, that's because he comes in with this, well, it's very controversial to say women have it easier. I'm thinking, look, there are certain, you cannot deny that there are certain things that men could excel at if they just went into the woman's role. They wouldn't find it as difficult as we do, I suppose, because we are made a certain way and they are made a certain way.
Plus, you bleed every month. Men don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. And one of the things about being a housewife, or whatever, or being a stay-at-home mom, is you're a mom. You've created the children. You are the mom. For me, that's an old. I know it's the way BMO says old beliefs and things. That's an old style belief that I'm like, at least with the woman has actually brought forth the children and is taking care of them. This seems like men that are lonely match up with trans men that are lonely, and then they kind of. And I guess one of the questions here is, I guess if they're happy, we should be like, good for you.
As long as they say no homo first.
And then they're fine.
It's like, as long as you're not interfering in my life or telling me that I have to believe something or that I have to pay for your surgeries, I don't care what you do or what you believe or what you think.
I don't. Yeah, I don't care either, but I'm friends with quite a few people that would probably feel like this is doing them a disservice.
I would like to give a super nuanced take on this, if possible.
Oh, no offensive.
Again, coming in with the extremely boring, very nuanced take. But I think this is almost entirely a region-dependent issue, of course, number one. I think that's pretty obvious to almost anyone. Nobody would do this in the Middle East. Why? Because some places there, women are treated like literal objects and property by law. And in other places, it's completely opposite. Over here, and not completely opposite, but pretty different. Thankfully, we don't have more people being treated an object in other places, but in some places, it's unfortunately close. In here, for example, there would be no transmaxing. If you are trans, you are undoubtedly fucked. You are locked out of a bunch of places of society. You are persecuted, etc. Very, very right-wing, very, very traditionalist government over here. Mm-hmm. And just as like that, there are a bunch of other places in the world, like in the US, where there are a couple of geographical locations where there's a very, very left-wing, very, very progressive government, where it actually might be advantageous to belong to some of those groups from certain positions. But what I've seen most is that this belief of like, we will take what they get for granted or whatever kind of belief comes from is that you would be able to, quote unquote, max by retaining the body and the way you grew up as a man, but fitting into the social category where the expectations and rules for you are altered so that they are similar to that of a woman. And of course, it's kind of trying to game the system and fuck things over. In some places, this wouldn't work at all, but in other places, it can be extremely effective. Like in a couple of sports sectors, if regulation hasn't caught up yet, you can just switch. You can do the equivalent of switching weight categories and destroy. Of course, it should be looked down. It is looked down upon, and it should be looked down upon. And hopefully, that's the way sport gets categorized will be restructured, maybe according to I don't know, what is it? Not according to the gender, sex, or whatever, but according to hormone levels or whatever. Like there could be ways to make it fairer so that it's not as easily gamed. But as I was saying, this is entirely regional dependent, but there are those places where this sinister gaming of the system is entirely possible and can be done. But
and is being done.
Yes, in some places, to give you a very minor example that requires almost no commitment and there will be almost zero backlash, is when there was a convention where you got special treatment if you were part of the LGBTQ community. And because bi and non-binary were there, almost everyone identified as non-binary, and they just got all of the benefits because there were no places, nothing in there, no hinges in place to stop people from gaming the system. So all the men in the convention just identified as non-binary, and they got all of the benefits that would otherwise retain for women for whatever reason. So the problem is that you have to anticipate when you make system-wide alterations to we have to artificially push down some groups and lift up another group to alter this injustice. You have to think really hardly that malicious actors will try to game the system. And if you leave it so blatantly open to manipulation, I will lose all sympathy for you and say, you know what? The men deserved it because it was so easy to do. Why not? Of course they did it. What about it? Of course, they all identified as non-binary because the convention allowed it, and it was so easy. So, what I am saying is that this can be also much more sinister. This is the more comical side of the thing.
What is the difference between transmaxing and a trap?
A trap is who wants to enlighten Charles over here?
I mean, I can find it out in my various.
No. A trap is a trap. That's the difference. It's someone who entraps you into thinking that they are woman, but they're actually.
But isn't that what I mean, if transmaxing is just not really into the sexuality, it's just, hey, I'm going to have life be easier for me because I'm going to acquire benefits. Yeah.
Yes, that's the mean.
You know, that's not a sexuality. It's not a preference. That's just, all right, cheat code.
Yes, exactly. It's essentially of fuck the system. These people have it so much better. I'm gonna weasel in, basically.
Sucks to suck system.
Yeah, another very important difference is a trap is usually just clothing and appearance and behavior as in more feminine. It has no medical side, like going through surgery or taking any sorts of medication.
Yeah, I think traps know what they're doing, whereas trans people believe they are.
Yeah, that's a great chat, by the way. Traps,
but now a transmaxer knows what they're doing as well.
Yes, but they're not doing it for sexual
reasons. Maybe it's an advanced trap.
No, from what I've seen, very few of the transmaxers do it for perceived sexual benefits. They do it from societal and political benefits, from what I've seen. And the trap has very little to do with any of those. So, in fact, I've seen a bunch of traps or things that individuals that I've seen as traps be attempted to be pushed into no, you're actually trans, you don't understand, you can't present this way unless you take hormones, you must be trans, fit into one of the categories harder, damn it. Like I've seen a lot of this kind of pushing around and people being uncomfortable of what they will be allowed to be categorized. The same thing I see with non-binary. Like you don't quite conform to gender expectations. You must belong in a vase. I have to be able to push you into one of these little boxes. But no, you have to expect this kind of behavior if you make such sweeping changes, really.
So a transmaxer is someone who's taking hormones.
Yeah.
They would have to.
Can.
Yeah,
I mean, generally
they
they
are
would, and they also work
transitioning.
on their voice.
That is.
Yeah, they do
I mean,
a whole bunch of stuff. Like they are properly transitioning. They're not just dressing differently. They are acting.
They're committing
as
fully.
female.
I mean, it's selling out for the bit. So
It's committing to the bit for sure, but it kind of seems like they would have a easier shake or a better shake in this way. So they're just going there, but it's not necessarily like a dysphoric reason. It's,
I know.
Just get
they're
some plastic
maxing their
surgery.
options.
I know a lot
They're playing the meta.
of voice actors who suddenly became non-binary as soon as all of the auditions we were getting started specifying, looking specifically for non-binary or trans or
Kristen
et
Stewart.
cetera, et cetera.
Again, the conventional example comes back. If you make it so simple and so easy and so beneficial to game the system, bunch of people will try to game the system. What do you expect?
Yeah.
You have to get ready.
And
Come
I
on.
don't.
Gen Z sucks.
I don't like that. I don't want that. I don't want the system to be gamed, and I don't want actual gender dysphoria to not be taken seriously either. I don't want it to be. I don't want it to expand into this meta playing and this whatever. Where it's like, it seems like that's really. It's damaging as much as some people are like, well, maybe they are happier the way that they are. They've made this decision. They aren't happy. Like one of the people on the message boards in this documentary says, "Oh, I have a 2-inch penis, and that's why I'm transmaxing." Like one of the things is that, and he's like, I'm short, and I'm short. So you know what? I might as well just be a woman. To me, that just seems that's quite a big discussion. Yeah, so I might as well be a woman.
Like, they seem to measure up in many ways.
Yeah, so like, then again, sorry, if you're balding as a woman, that's not good. Okay, you got a better chance to be a bald man. Okay, bald woman, you have to be gorgeous to work with.
You have to rock the Borg queen look or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and yes, I know wigs are a thing, but the point is, there is the thing that you're still bald. So when you get home with your man, you're gonna take off your wig and whatever. That's still gonna happen. Okay.
Counterpoint. Just for the sake of having some arguments, this can be done in the opposite way as well. There are things for men that are much less acceptable than for women. Like, for example, having small breasts as a woman is still it has a sexual niche and preference. There are, like, you don't automatically get yeeted out of the dating pool or anything like that for having small breasts. But if I was small dick as a man, I'm sorry, that's a death sentence. You will never, ever, I'm sorry, the niche for that is extremely small indeed.
Very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you cannot, no pun intended, I suppose.
I didn't even, oh my God, I'm sorry.
but in the comment section of the one, because what I did is, the reason this came across my desk was it was Amala spoke about it on Unapologetic. Well, it's not Unapologetic anymore. Anyway, she spoke about it. She went over it. She did a whole full review of it, and like in the comments, the one person was like, "No, you can. There's all different ways to have a good experience with women. So as much as you're saying that is a niche example, for some people, they would never give up being a man." For that, like, of course, but for these people, which is one of the things that we need, that I brought this up to consider, because we've spoken about, lonely women, lonely men, all of the pandemics of loneliness and things like that, and what is the solution? Is it an AI girlfriend and things like that?
I should have been more there for that conversation. That's such an interesting conversation.
So like we've spoken about those things. That's why I brought it up, because it's like it seems like these people are so sad and defeated that they are abandoning their bodies and the way that they are, that they have such low self-value that they need to be something else.
They have judged the permanent transformation of their physical and mental self to be acceptable sacrifice for perceived social benefits. That screams big problem to me. But
To
maybe,
me, yeah, exactly,
maybe I
to
just
me.
want more social care for this. It's not great when we have a movement for these people. It's indicative that something is probably very wrong somewhere. We should take a deeper look, you know.
And that's why I brought it up in terms of the internet phenomena, because what this also shows is what happens is this one of the things that Amala spoke about is actually the guy talks about how he started this journey, and it's like, and we've seen how the social contagion, we've spoken about the social contagion of transitioning, but it seems like this is now, look at this profile. This is a very lonely, probably man, and then they are online and they're feeding their algorithm this lonely incel stuff.
Yeah.
And then it comes up that there is something that you can do. That literally there's lots of videos literally called the incel to trans pipeline. And that is they start just being influenced, they're being served with influences like that, and people within a certain community.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I want to point this out real quick before we move off the pipeline. It's the exact same as like the red pill pipeline of like, here's the way out, here's the light at the end of the tunnel. I was just like Lou, I was lonely and hopeless, and then now I have 10 chicks on my dick or something like some kind of this crazy bravado of like, I was like you, and then I transitioned, and now I enjoy all of the benefits of the wealthy aristocracy joining me, or it's kind of it's latching on to that desire, on that last ray of hope. Like maybe I can somehow climb out of this deep, dark pit and look at this man. He will be or woman. He will be the one to reach their hands down and kind of grab me and with their own strength, like lift me out of this hellhole. And that's just another thing that they are putting handcuffs on you and pushing into slavery. That's kind of this. But yeah, essentially, it's essentially a malicious manipulation of that desire. Please, someone help me! I'm in such a terrible place. It's rather sinister if you think about it.
How old are these people?
That's what brought it up. This person, do you remember Gray in this documentary? I think he's like in his 20s, late 20s.
I don't think they were in their 30s, but it looks like the 20s were kind of rough on them.
Yeah. Yeah. And also this was I don't know, that guy in that documentary, look, it would definitely be copyright claimed. But then again, Amalo did it, but I don't know. I just don't want to risk it at this point. I will share it. I'll put it in the links below, and I'll share it in the Discord. But yeah, it was just quite interesting to go through. It's just in the context that we've been talking about internet phenomena and communities having influence on people, and yeah.
Sorry, please finish your. I don't want to.
No, I'm done. Yeah.
So, carrying the theme, what is the social difference between somebody doing edgelord shit in public and somebody presenting themselves as a gender in public? What does society owe to?
I would hope there is a lot of difference. Yeah, it's the edgelord thing.
But like, what if this is this subsex version of being edgy?
I mean, it might be a lot of dresses performative. I don't want to say like, dysphoria is or anything like that, but this doesn't seem to be dysphoric. It seems more like they're thinking their options are better in this way, which I think a lot of people do with fashion.
Yeah, it's a cynical sort of thing. So that is another thing I was actually going to get at, but I lost track of what I was trying to say. Is there's some thanks for actually getting me there, because there's a sinister thing that comes up there, that these are sad people that are really trying to get out of a really bad situation, because it's like somebody in the comments said it's like a silent suicide, because you get rid of your previous self and you become somebody else completely.
You discard your previous body and move into a new one.
And that's because I'm not valuable as this person, and I need to go. And just considering all the therapy I've been through, it's never change into a different person.
Preach.
It's never that. Okay, it's work on yourself, but it's never you need to be someone entirely different. Okay, but then you're a vulnerable person, clearly, and then there are the people that will prey on this community. That's what's also scary, because there are people that are those edgelords that are actually will be, you know what, I'm so incel that I'm going to prey on this person over here. So I read it, I saw this, and I was just like, it's very sinister and very sad. That was the only thing, that the biggest emotion it gave me was sadness. Edgelords always goes for social taboos. Transmaxers are trying to change themselves to work within the social norms. Yeah, the actual transmaxers, that's what I'm saying there, but it will attract edgelords. I feel like it will, because it does.
Yeah. Cynical people.
Psychopaths
who are,
maybe.
yeah.
Miss
So,
Sparkles,
I
I'd
mean-
be a terrible housewife. I'd be constantly talking about the,
yourself, sure.
philosophical differences between pots and kettles or anything. It's literally, you don't want that. I appreciate the offer, but you don't know what you're signing up for.
Okay, we got 5 minutes here. Yeah, Charles?
I
Would you marry Hydra is what I'm asking.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm flattered, but I'm not gay.
I'd
Well,
go
I
poly
declare.
for Hydra.
So yeah, just final thoughts on that. We've got 5 minutes. We're going to go and play a game for the last half an hour. If you guys
Can I do
are
it as a
game.
girl, though?
Okay.
In most RPGs, female characters have more customization options.
Oh, I don't have that button on this one.
Oh boy.
I can't get rid of the jaw either. I've got the westernized gaming jaw. How do I get rid of
What
this?
gaming jaw?
Okay. So yeah, final thoughts before we go to the game part. Is everyone fine? Anyone else want to say anything about it? I'll link the stuff in the description. It's very fascinating and sad.
1
Gen
second, let
Z's
me bring
wet.
a drink and I'll be right back.
Okay, he wants to drink.
I'm so sorry, I'm very
We're
thirsty.
driving him to drink. We're driving him to drink. I'm a pimp.
Ann Wilson.
It is my baby mama. I'm no side piece. Great. Oh. I think we can get Hydra in a French maid outfit through Demo.
Just assumed he was already
Or
wearing one.
Sammy G.
I'm definitely
We can ask
throwing a ring
Sammy
on
G,
that.
You know what? We're lucky that Foxrew wasn't here, because he could have jumped into the AI and gotten it very quickly. Oh, look. I was originally going to call you my side piece, but I changed it to mistress. Oh, that is that more sophisticated? Sparkles. Which game? Okay, so that's why I'm waiting for Hydra, because he's chosen. We're not going to play Gartic Phone. Sorry.
No
We're
garlic.
going to face it.
Wow.
No,
Okay.
volleyball.
New experiences.
Dorkus. No.
How am I supposed to not understand what Shelly the Snail is doing this week?
Shelly. You know what, guys? We actually need to have Shelly. Shelly. That's the next time we play. Shelly is going to be a character. Shelly is the daughter of Sammy and Sally.
Oh, see?
What about? Yeah. Ooh, Gray's a concubine.
I need like
Surely you can't be serious.
a lore explained video is what I need. Even though I'm somehow a part of the tail end of that.
I don't feel like we could give it to you. I need to go through the archives of the
EFAP it. Do an EFAP
Gothic
video on
version.
the lore explained. A nice 4-hour
Actually,
video. On
you know what? We could if I just go back in our episodes and find like the first time we played Gothic, and then see where it came from. Go and do like
All
an
right, I'm
origin
back.
story.
Kitty, you're driving me to turn towards alcohol. I thought this was an inclusive and wholesome community. How dare you? This is all your fault.
Join me.
I'm maxing. I'm maxing out the enjoyment of this thing.
Yeah. So we were waiting for you to decide on what game it is. Is there a link or anything?
There are a bunch of
Because
ones.
there are
Which
two
one
games.
Which one would you prefer?
The one
of them is
that we can play for the next half an hour. Is there one with the rounds? Because
the Kukuro ones are very, very short.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So
Okay,
those could be if you want rapid rounds or something. That is definitely the way to go.
Okay, let's try it out. Look, it's not that I need rapid rounds. It's just that there are some ones that are like ones that we could play. Guys, just FYI, at some point we will also set up ones that we can play throughout the whole stream, like a little conquest sort of strategy game. So you can basically play against Hydra, because I'm not going to be very good at that.
I'll kick all of you out of the chat if you win against me.
Yeah.
Yes. No, just kidding, but yeah.
He's
Feel free
gonna
to.
go rogue.
Yeah.
Hydra is not cheap. Oh gosh, they're really trying to get you in a nurse's outfit. Not a nurse. Excuse me, a maid's outfit.
What are they trying to do to me now? Excuse me.
Sparkles is just sexualizing you.
Oh, I'm flattered.
This chat is so all over the place. Sparkles and Calvin seem to do that, and also Benjamin. Look at him, house harlots. Just sorry, Romeo. This is how it is. So what? Oh, Domina Dorka. Calvin's gonna marry Domina Dorka instead. So what game is this called? What is this game called?
Which one?
What are you talking about? The one is
Kingdom
one?
No. The Kingdom one is long boy. We want to do it at the start of the stream if you ever do one of those. It will not fit into half an hour. Hold on, let me link it again because I fucking...
Are you putting it in Discord?
I'm going to send it straight to you here in the stream as well, if it's good.
Yeah, you can.
Wait, this might only be good for... No. The non-Kingdom one might only be good for Twitch. Oh, shit, that's a problem. I don't know if that's great. Yeah.
Well, you see, that's those kinds of games are fun though. On Twitch, I've played them. They are quite nice. They're called, like, one of them I played is Stream Raiders. I enjoyed that.
This was a bunch of different modes. Maybe we could try it out sometime. Okay. This is the...
So the non-Twitch one is what we're looking at. Otherwise...
Oh, the non-Twitch. Okay, yeah, I'm sending... Okay, a Gartic phone will fit into half an hour always. That's the classic one we could always do.
It is a moral good.
Yeah.
Thus said the mighty Cicero.
Wait, this is Stream Chat Games. So this
is that's the
Ultimate Mini Game Compilation Twitch Community. Okay, so
yeah,
the
that's
other
the
one?
Twitch one. And the other one, I'm sending that to you right now. Just let me find the link.
This is the one we'll play tonight. That's what I was saying.
Otherwise,
the Gartic phone. You've got...
Yeah, the problem is the other one is the long boy. We won't be able to fit it into half an hour, so it's Gartic phone time.
Okay. So are we going to do Gartic phone?
It seems like, because you said we would have to fit it into half an hour, so that's what we're doing now.
Yes. Woo! The Gartic phone wins. Not that I don't want to play the
That's it. So it's always going to win. The house favors the Gartic phone greatly.
If we are going to do more than one round, will you solve society?
I have. There's Ann Wilson, circa 1977.
Oh,
Nice.
there you go. Oh, that's what what's the name?
Her name is
Calvin was on
Calvin.
about. Her
Yeah.
name is Calvin. Yes.
What is that in reference to?
I'm supposed to look like
Calvin had a request is all.
Oh, sort of.
I mean, she
That's
got
a-
she got
had I
brown
known
hair.
what the intent was, I probably would have.
Kid texted her.
Oh, thank you. Here's my other account.
Oh
Whoa,
no!
look at that.
People were getting up to the to the chat fighting game, Kitty. Oh.
What?
You have commitments made.
Charles. Oh, they were getting into the
Oh, it's so
fighting game?
tiny. Son of a biscuit.
Why is it not loading? God damn it! I was about
That's
to.
pretty close.
There we go.
I'm trying to
But
do
you
it.
have you have a more acorn-shaped face than she does.
I don't know. Sparkle says she could see it. She said so.
Yeah, I could see it, but
Kitty has nicer eyes.
yeah,
course I
a
do.
much more
It
of
is
a
true.
They're shit brown.
shit
My
brown.
cousin always said that. I've got shit brown eyes. Actually, if your shit looks like my eyes, that's a problem. You holding it in too much. That's not a good thing.
Cuck.
It's it's a problem. Okay.
Here's-
So, yeah.
All right, let me
The
know. if
picture
you
is
have
pretty,
the
don't get me
Arctic
wrong.
Storm up and running.
Okay. Wait. Do we have the game running? King
The
of the
Arctic
Castle
Storm
game.
one.
Gartic one. Okay. So I'm gonna put the Gartic link in, guys.
Do
Let's
it.
go.
Do
It's
it.
about time.
I thought we were doing a short
Oh,
thing.
stupid ad. No, we're not. Now we will add.
All right.
Jelly is coming.
I should be
We
a
could
husband.
do a short game, but that would require us to go over to Twitch. So we're doing Arctic Phone instead.
All right. So
I mean, Twitch. We do have Twitch.
We are simultaneously
live.
streaming on Twitch as well because I've seen people
Yeah.
from Twitch chat in the comments.
I'll hang
Yeah.
out for a
it's-
quick dose, but I won't play.
Oh,
I got to go be a husband.
Okay.
lame!
Yeah.
He has a real life, not one of us.
I'm gonna go transmax with the missus, see what happens.
Yeah.
Actually, that
Somebody
might
actually,
work.
I saw that on Twitter. Yeah. That somebody said if you go and tell your man, ask your man if he would leave you if you became trans, and it's like, yeah, of course he would, because he'd
That's a
marry.
pretty fundamental change compared to the person
Yeah.
that they went together with. That's kind of a boundary
Like,
breaker. And I
If
guess-
I was suddenly gay, I wouldn't want. Like what is my husband going to do if I'm suddenly gay? Like,
That
That's
doesn't
bigger
work.
What am I
thing.
gonna
He
do,
should
Matt?
stay with you and be the third wheel. That's it.
we should be out. Has to be poly, otherwise that's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
let
an,
me give
I'm
an
an
invite below.
LGBTQ in law.
In-law.
Kitty, we are not going to be able to join if you don't share the link.
Yes, I know. I'm sharing the link.
I'm sorry,
And,
yeah. Being me.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
true. No, you're not being mean. You're just making sure. What?
Trans is a just cause for four-fault divorce. Damn it. If I knew
Not
that
true
my
about people watching on Twitch.
first divorce, I'd have a
Charles
lot
is
more
And
money
person
right now.
definitely not watching from Twitch, yes.
See, there you go. No, shit, dehydrated. Yeah, is this? That my eyes are fine. I'm just saying that if your poop looks like this,
The eyes have it.
Don't be dehydrated, be a proper hydrated. That's what we like over here. That's
be
what Hydra recommends.
hydrated and watch Hydra streams on Discord
Yes.
and YouTube, coming to a YouTube near you.
Coming to YouTube somewhere near you.
We're gonna do a normal. What did we do last time? Missing piece. Oh, always
Yes.
make noise, my
Just
baby.
not the secret one.
my
Never the
Okay,
secret
I need
one.
to ask. If I transition to male, would you still be with me? Whoa, the bigotry! He said no. Anyway,
Not true love.
we just do a normal.
Mm,
Wow.
Not true love. No, it's not real. Okay, so now Charles is gonna just watch me draw.
Just
Let's
for
go.
a round. I'm gonna...
In other words, he's going to cheat. Or something.
No, maybe.
Oh,
Okay.
I already have. Hold on.
Cockeyed Sonic protester.
Here we go. Okay, I did it.
New lore.
If Kitty transitions, I insist on butt sex because you would be gay. Yeah, you can't use the vagina anymore. No, not allowed.
This is
She's only in a
wild
straight.
string.
She's only in a straight relationship because Gordon has burps that convert lesbians. Oh. Ooh. Okay. I wish this.
Oh
could be
my god! How am I
collaborative. We
supposed
could
to
both
draw
at the same
this?
time.
What the hell? No.
How the hell am I supposed to draw this? And it's like the world. Okay.
Why? It's more of these.
Oh, you guys
I really
use
will be
tools that are
literal.
just totally cheating.
It's not.
No,
They're
it isn't.
there, so it's not
I'm
cheating.
I'm just jealous that I don't access them.
Why not? Okay.
Because I thought I showed you my screen doesn't show the thing on the right.
Oh yeah, you said so. I don't know why.
Yeah, Macs suck.
I'm cheat. This is cheating. What I'm doing here is cheating.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm not telling. I'm writing.
No, it's secrets.
I'm doing.
You'll know soon enough.
Too late. By the time I know it, it will be too late. I'm forced to
I
forego
always
details
forget
because
to
there is
plug
so
in
much
my
to draw.
There is so much to draw, especially when it comes to this person.
Oh no. Is this person in the room with us right now?
Wow.
I'm thinking of the shapes. I'm doing what Bimo has taught me to do.
This game is so without all the pressure of actually doing something, it's oddly relaxing.
Boring. Oh, it's relaxing. Okay.
Well, it's not pressure induced or filled, that's for sure.
It is fun to watch.
It's much
fun as
different
in,
to
like,
take
chill.
part in it.
It's art. We're doing art. No! I was relaxed too much.
No, was so precious. It was so honest. It was such an honest and straightforward cry to have. It's like, no,
It
I was
seemed
genuinely
authentic.
working.
That's also why Gordon doesn't like when he games with me. It's like, you're so dramatic. Yeah, because I died. I don't like dying. Okay.
Oh, you missed that second word completely.
What the hell?
What is this?
Oh, I might get that reference.
What? Oh, okay, but you can't tell me. Damn it.
I mean, we've already established that, the society solver is going to be cheating, so he could.
Yeah. That it's a reference. Yeah. Yeah, you got it.
Wow!
Fast.
Holy smokes.
Okay.
I cannot draw this.
well,
I'm so sorry. This is
what
gonna look
does
like a
a thinker
fucking
look like?
dinosaur.
Dizzy dinosaur. Watch out.
Watch out for that. Oh, you know what? Thinkers are. I'll put this here again using my. Look, it's a diagram. Okay. Oopsie. Huh? Huh? Oh, I didn't put on the music. Hold on, I will in the next round. Right before the next round. Before the next. You could put music on for us.
What is that? Please, loud.
It's the crowd. It's the crowd.
I see. I can't hear it, so I don't know what the hell it's doing.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, the sad trombone. I like it.
All right, so I'm getting an education on what this thing.
Oh crap!
What was that?
Rim shot.
Rim shot.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Ooh, harp.
Sparkles.
Very
a little
sound.
bit angelic.
Oh, that's what it's mine. That's why it's on there.
Okay, I know that this is
Record scratch.
record scratch.
Somebody
What?
shouting something
Yelling.
bitch.
It's like
Oh, is
I'm
it?
reckless.
No,
or
it's
something.
it's Elon Musk saying I'm rich bitch at this.
Oh, I'm rich, bitch. That makes a lot more sense. I get you.
And you guys
Do me a
already know
favor
this.
and hold that up so I can see your cock.
We know that one.
Yeah, that will be enough, please. I'm trying to draw something I'm 100% not capable of drawing.
Well, it's
I don't
commanding you
need-
to draw that.
I don't need these distractions.
I could have done this. This is almost over. Actually,
Wasn't done.
I enjoyed this cheating lesson. Oh,
Literally. Wait.
Hmm.
It's nice to have a companion, somebody who's looking with me. That helps.
a coach. No. Look at that word.
Okay. Wait. Okay. So I am gonna put this one in. I don't think Charles likes this music, but here it is.
Oh, it's all right. I'm leaving soon. I'm on hold now. Suddenly.
Oh no, this is
Mr. Holt.
you motherfucker! I know someone did this. I know someone did this to me on purpose. I
You
cannot. I cannot.
Was she yellow?
We believe in you. You got this, Hydra.
I
She was mostly.
Please hold for the next available customer service representative. You are currently.
What
Please,
customer
in
service
line.
are you phoning?
It's,
The best.
this is what this sounds like. This sounds like hold music.
What for Pornhub?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
You're not familiar with the concept?
No.
I
get
cannot draw this. I cannot. You.
I get my porn locally sourced. Thank you.
So right, we're not about
I'm
that here.
Am I influencing your lazy behavior here? Because it seems pretty.
Yes,
It seems like me.
that's bad. That's bad. No, you're not influencing it. I'm literally this lazy. That's fine. What does she look like? Forgotten.
Oh, you guys are gonna. Never mind.
Perfect.
Oh,
Absolutely
You shall not
perfect.
mind.
I have an idea.
Whoever did this to me, I have defeated the. I have won.
Oh,
I'm
I think I know
sorry.
what you're looking
I'm
at.
just sorry.
Pretty sure
Yay.
Charles
I'm
did
really
it to you.
sorry.
I saw. Well, I saw at least 6 different things.
This is gonna be so awesome.
This is not going to be awesome at all. I'm sorry. I'm sure everybody else is making very funny things.
Well, how?
Charles is even doesn't like it. Charles is even
As an
like, what the
allergy
fuck,
to
man?
whatever Kit is
You
drawing.
could,
right?
you
Yeah.
could have.
Did you not get the second 2 words? Because that's. I think that's
Yeah,
being
I'm
omitted.
trying.
I'm trying.
Listen, I can hear the desperation in your voice.
Look at this. Yeah, I'm trying. You see this, but I'm trying.
Oh no, our time is done.
No,
Our
no one will
game
be
to
able
an
to
end.
appreciate my beauty. No, well, not as in
We
deciphering.
appreciate your
They will be able
beauty.
to see
Chat
it.
has mentioned it.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Show
I
me.
mean,
Okay, we go
not my beauty, as in what I created. You know.
Shelly Snail is born to Sammy and Sally Snail.
They've had a baby.
Okay, so we.
Oh,
Yeah.
born.
Born.
That's the best I
And
can do.
Sally had a
sorry.
baby named Shelly.
Oh, there we
Nice.
go.
Getting there. Wow.
Sammy and
Oh,
Sally
Romeo
the Red Demon
doesn't
Not
know.
Snails have a blue baby.
That is true. Wow, I love Darling's interpretation.
They've
of
got
that.
snails on their head, darling. That's great.
That's
Darling never disappoints.
incredible.
I have to download
cute.
this again and say save in the lore.
Now, Lord, do it now.
I've got
Do it
the
now.
lore. Yeah, the Gartic lore. Sorry, guys. I am saving this. Okay, go. Next.
Thinkers drank too much gamer juice and things went awry.
Wow, that's really good,
Thinker
right?
vomits rainbow on innocent bystander.
Innocent.
That's really good.
That's what it looks like.
That's
Come
your
on.
perspective. They know what they do.
Purple thinker emitting rainbows that scare the audience.
What on earth?
Emitting. That's really good, Dorkus.
It is amazing.
Killing it.
That is there.
The audience is in the chat. Chat. Calvin, base joke. Oh, God.
Hydra contaminates the world's water supply.
I'm sorry. I'm
What?
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What? That's one.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't
I'm
Wait, that makes so much sense.
Oh,
How
I
did it get to
know.
where I got to?
I
Oh, now I see what.
Oh.
what
Distracted
happened.
by
Hydra enjoying a bath.
acting. Hydra enjoying a bath.
That's what it is.
Multi-hit. Everybody put notations. Yay. So
I-
far.
Contaminating the
it's
world's
even.
water supply, all in one bathroom.
Bathtub. It's God's
Only water,
bathtub.
Therefore everything.
Painting with noise is hard.
Mm,
Oh.
preach.
Was it our?
Oh, I
we
apologize.
interpreted it.
Anonymous
I-
does a painting and I.
yeah.
And
That's
I.
probably my fault.
I love
That's a really good
Dorkus's
fight by
interpretation.
Fox.
BMO.
Primo.
That is BMO. Yes.
That's great. Is this what you said was going to be awesome?
Yes,
That's great.
I was so proud of that one.
Yeah, you should
I
be.
think he has a new
You should
icon.
be.
Like that has to be an avatar of some kind.
Great.
That needs to be.
Yeah.
Seriously, it has to be.
I'm putting that in Gartic law. Okay, there we go.
Demeanor Dorka.
Okay.
Wow.
Of
That
course,
is
it went to the
actually
one
fabulous.
person who
Demeanor
actually
Dorka.
could draw it. Of course.
I'm sorry. I screwed this up.
Lady Dorcas poses for the gram.
Yeah.
I put, you know, that works for what he put up here.
Hey, same pose.
Wow.
Hey,
Romeo
wow.
did amazing on that.
Yeah. Damn. You got a boob job between
The
iterations.
mountains of Dorkus
Congrats,
are
Max.
full display tonight.
Max the Max.
Mountains of Dork.
Chubby cow smiling.
Oh.
This, okay.
Wait, how did-
okay.
Oh.
How did this girl go into what?
Cow is a
happened?
superhero.
What?
Oh no. What is happening?
Listen, I meant it
Cows
as if that is
racially
100% a cow. No! No!
Listen, I don't remember what cow looks like.
So wait, does 100% have connotations I've never thought of before? Wow.
You can't do that 100 emoji without fucking shit up. Okay. Super. I'm super cow. This is gonna be my
Racially pure.
Darling is great, but where's Darling's drawings? It's weird. Darling's drawings.
I think. Wait. Hey, yeah.
There's no Darling drawings because you did say he's messed up.
Oh, that's.
We just didn't. Because we got Romeo's drawings, which were like our dose of artistic thing, and that made us think that we had
an
Darling
actual artist,
but
but
Darling
turned out
wasn't
no. I'm sorry, I take it back.
No, this is the best one, guys. I think it is.
Agreed.
Listen,
Wait.
you don't need to listen to this person. This is like Steam putting out masterwork in the tags onto fucking Half-Life Alyx before it released, okay? This is shameless self-promotion.
There it is! This could have been so much easier if I just made her purple. This is what it is. It's what it is.
That doesn't look very racially pure.
What the fuck?
She is. There, look! Exactly! Just other arm.
That's a lead singer of
There we
Guar.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Oh, God.
That is Otis. Man.
It very much.
You see, that's what I was trying to go
I can't
for.
unget it now.
Yeah. I
I
broke
don't get it. I don't get it. I'm so glad.
Look up Guar lead singer and you'll
Odorous
be
is
sane.
yeah. He had props.
Guar lead singer. How do you spell
GWAR.
Guar? Oh, that's funny. I get it. Does she have others though? I mean, they have others.
There's something. They're phallic.
There's something.
It does spray the crowd.
Oh no, that's that Rammstein one. Oh my god, I've seen that one. That one was disturbing. Okay, let's get out of here. Very. So let's go into goodbye things, everybody. I think we had a good laugh, which is what Gartic Phone is all about.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody, we will start with Charles and go forth. What's happening on your channels this week and this weekend? Sorry, I'm very far away from my microphone.
My Lost video, which was recorded in October, is up now.
Woot.
You found it.
No longer lost.
Yeah, it's found. Lost is now found. Depending on, well, I think we're doing a show business next week before Thinkers. So Gray and I will be over talking about box office stuff. The only stuff I know before we see you again next week.
Awesome. So we will see you all in that chat, although I'll probably be asleep. But I'll be there in spirit.
Yay.
I'll see you in the comment section. And I'll just default like it. Even, I don't know, you could sit and hate on Dune for a long time, and I don't know. I was supposed to bring that up in the catch-up, Dune 2. But anyway, we'll talk about it some other time. Gray? You haven't seen it? Okay, I'm glad that you haven't seen it yet then.
I guess the main two things are, show business on Charles' channel sometime before Thinkers and then Thinkers. But hey, if you just need more Gray, you can always check out my second channel. Come listen to the paint dry. It's fun. Hydra, what you got going on your channel, sir?
Well, first of all, I'm definitely not drunk, so you're not going to get that from me. But you're not getting anything on my channel. Unfortunately, it's been dead for quite a while. But if I do anything, it will probably go on Thinkers Gaming, because that's most likely be committing to this group.
Most likely.
It's a moral good. You must. There is no likely here. It's
The most
mandatory,
likely was meant as in terms if I ever do something, it will be in the group, but I'm unsure if I will ever do something aside from appearances here. Your X-ray gaze is not appreciated. I can sense that throughout, I can sense that in my stomach throughout the screen. It was like a mother chastising me about, like, what have you done, son?
You're not going anywhere, sir.
That's what I've taught
You're with
you.
us now.
But the problem is on my channel, my videos are almost exclusively very low effort. Essentially, it's just me talking with a couple of pictures over it. If you're interested, I may extremely rarely may do something like that if there is something that's really funny or
if
that drives my attention.
Makes you angry.
If it makes me, then I might record it, and then again, it will be an unfiltered rant. So very few people will like it or enjoy it or even watch it. We have very low viewership almost always. But right now, what I'm doing is recording some of the stuff for the Hollow Knight. We already have much gameplay for it. I'll have to get to cutting sooner or later. I always hate that part. But and we'll be doing that in the foreseeable future in the Discord. So if you want to be there live for the Hollow Knight gaming, great. If you don't, I'll hopefully manage to make it so that it appears on Thinkers Gaming relatively soon. And aside from that, I'll be doing an occasional game design stream in Discord as well, where we'll be doing lighting mostly, I think.
Mm-hmm. Nice. That brings us to Dorkus.
Yeah. Let's see. Over on the No One Asked You podcast channel, we've got the Mistborn series continuing apace. Some very exciting. We're in the end game now, essentially, which is very exciting. Mm-hmm. Lots of cool stuff happening in the Final Empire. As soon as I'm over my latest batch, my latest round of depression, I intend to get other stuff up on that channel, hopefully soon. Oh, and I did finish Cicero's On Duties 3. So I
released the full thing today. Yeah.
Yes, and it's very exciting. And then over on the Thinkers Gaming channel, I'm DMing Descent to Avernus, and I'm in talks with BMO about doing a Baldur's Gate 3 co-op run. So yeah,
nice.
Exciting. Thank you.
Lots of things going on. Lots of thinkers to go around. Subscribe to all of them because you love them, right? Just let that out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have a nice life, everybody, and we will see you next week. We don't. We don't have an outro exactly, guys.
What the fuck is that? Hold on, I just noticed that in the middle of the screen. What is that? What is going on there?
Charles, hold on. Charles, okay, I'm going to put you on solo layout, and you're going to stare. Everyone's going to keep quiet, and we're going to end the stream that way. Okay.